So we have our Zone 4 safety team meeting this morning. Have a very excellent program for us to enjoy. Before we get into that, this is a spiritual meal and aspect related to safety, but a lot of scriptures from God's Word will be used. So to begin, we've selected song number 84. Like always, ask if you'd like to stand, we'll sing it together, and afterwards we're going to ask Michael Bovey to begin our meeting starting with prayer. Song 84.
So many ways in which to serve and spend our days, reaching out, giving all for our God above. And where the need is great, there will be reaching out in love. There's work to do in every land. Where there's a need, we lend a hand. By reaching out, we show we care. We want to help and want to share. Reaching out, giving all for our God above. And where the need is great, there will be reaching out in love. Here at home, in towns nearby, we plan, we build, new skills we try. We learn to speak a foreign tongue and bring good news to everyone. Reaching out, giving all for our God above. And where the need is great, there will be reaching out in love.
Again, I want to give a warm welcome to everyone being here for our zone safety meeting. Certainly, we have people from everywhere talking about that a little bit, not only here, but there's others outside that are enjoying a live feed. The Wi-Fi here its capability is very limited. So, with your devices, could you please go in and turn off your Wi-Fi setting? Your Wi-Fi, all your apparatuses are hitting the Wi-Fi. That will open up the Wi-Fi so brothers outside can get this feed. And of course, make sure your electronics are silenced. If you want to make donations to the Kingdom Hall, Brother Abel Beeline, he's here. He will help you with that, and he will tell you the location for this. There's also going to be a letter written to the congregations for the hospitality, so we certainly enjoy the facilities that we have here. So if anyone be specific to add anything to this letter, also see Brother Beeline on that matter. So let's get into the program. First up, we want to listen to the opening and welcoming comments by Brother Travis Kobars. Let's give our attention.
Good morning. Wow, it's nice to see everybody here. Thank you for being here. We know many of you drove a long way just to be here, many hours, and we appreciate you making those sacrifices to be here. So we'll try to at least make this program worth all the effort you put into getting here. So thank you. Why are you here? Maybe you got an invitation and you said to yourself, why? Why am I invited? Well, you're invited because you're serving in some capacity within our safety department. Whether you're a trainer, whether you're a safety coordinator, we wanted to have a group meeting with everybody. So not only we could be encouraged, but we could take away some practical things that we can apply in our assignments. So that's why you're here, and we're happy to have you here as well. Now, as was mentioned, we do have several that are tied into this program. And I'm going to list it out, go through the list because it's quite significant. As most of you are aware, we have trainers and safety coordinators in the islands within our zone. In fact, we have ones tied in from Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Jamaica, right? Puerto Rico, Culebra, the Virgin Islands, and we also have a couple from Patterson tying in. We all know the Mears are on their assignment there. So we're happy to have all those friends tied in with us. We also have in attendance our other brothers helping us in VSG, which is our personnel for staffing. We have representatives from that department here. We also have representatives from our skills department here in attendance. So we're thankful for them to be here. Now, we attended a personnel meeting last week, and we found something they did that was pretty neat. We're going to steal it, we're going to use it today. And so what that is it'd be nice for the trainers who do come up and give their part, that they tell you a little bit about themselves. It'd be nice to get to know them a little bit. And so a couple of things they'll tell you is where they're from, what their assignment currently is, what are their hobbies, and what is one thing people might know about them. And so to help them remember to do that, we're asking you, if someone forgets to do it before they start their part, we want you to snap your fingers. We'll get their attention. And they have to do it, so let's hold them to it. So I'll get it out of the way then. I'll just start with myself. Where are we from? So my wife, Casey, and myself, our 16-year-old daughter, she's under the weather today, but we're from Bonita Springs. We're in the Turkish group, and we enjoy that. And what is our assignment? It's hard to explain. We assist currently with the Mears and their Patterson assignment. We assist Brother Henley and Sister Henley as the coordinators for VSG Zone 4. But our primarily focus is within the safety department. So different hats worn each day, as all of you can relate to. Hobbies. It's hard, right? It's hard to have hobbies, as busy as we are. But I would say my favorite hobby is golf. I love to play golf whenever I can. And one thing you may not know about me, I'm bald. Notice that? But I guess something you didn't know about me is I am a cancer survivor. So that's one thing. That's it. So we also too want to let you know we'll have a special surprise at lunchtime. You are not going to want to miss this. So feel free to get your lunch, come back, try to get settled in about 12:45, and we'll have that surprise for you, and then we'll take a small break and then start back up our program at 1. So you won't want to miss that. All right, let's see here. I'm supposed to now turn back over to Brother Bowles.
Thank you, Brother Kobars. Now let's turn our attention to really what's behind safety is also our spirituality. Where are you from? We're from North Fort Myers, originally from West Virginia. Don't say it yet. And my current assignment is we train. We're a group of trainers from Region 6, which is from up Kissimmee all the way down to Marco Island and the west coast side of Florida, the southern part. Hobbies: my wife and I and our family love to go out into go fishing. Whatever chance we get. We don't get as many chances. We'd like to go out fishing, and turns out my wife is a better fisherman than I am. The last question is, what is one thing most people would not know about you? Well, I spent 35 years dealing with safety, but I had a very interesting job before I retired, was research and development. And it was a dangerous job, working in chemicals for a corporate little company called Bayer Corporation. And but I took a lead in safety and taught a lot in safety with our college, and we were pretty happy. We were really happy with safety. We went 5 years without one incident, so I was pretty proud about that. But what's interesting is I retired, come to Florida, and now I get to teach safety by using God's Word. That's the most exciting thing for me. So that was it. Now let's get into real stuff. I can't wait to put my fingers in. Now, Brother Blair, let's listen to spirituality and safety. Okay.
So the name? Walter Blair. My wife's name is Elisa. And we are from Jacksonville, Florida. And let me see. My assignment is I'm one of the instructors for the safety program training for oversight. Beautiful program that the branch put into play, as many of you know. Hobbies, I guess I like to play basketball. Although I'm getting up there in years and chasing those young guys around isn't working anymore. We have to make an adjustment there. Was that it? Something you didn't know about me? I play basketball.
That was a hobby.
And I'm about to quit. So let's, don't click the fingers either. That was good, right? So let's get into this particular, oh. Peter, could you hand me that little clicker there? I'm sorry. Isn't it sitting right there? Because we're going to use the slides here for this one. All right. And let's hope that it works. Okay, very good, very good. So we're going to talk on this subject here about spirituality and safety. And really, when you think about it, the foundation for our safety program is based not on rules, but it's actually based on spirituality. Now, someone might wonder, well, is there really a connection between the two? Well, the tendency is for many people to think that, excuse me, spirituality, well, that's some, biblical issue. It's between us and Jehovah God. It's a personal thing. Whereas safety, well, now that's a secular matter, and it only applies on the job to secular activities. But think about it, would we actually take off our spirituality just because we put on a tool belt? Well, we know the answer would be no, right? So notice how the Watchtower now actually defines spirituality. It says the word spirituality, as used in the Bible, refers to an attitude or an approach to life. Those with fleshly tendencies focus more on themselves than on others. By contrast, those with a spiritual attitude are loving, kind, and mild when dealing with others. And they obey God even when it is inconvenient for them to do so. So, did you notice some of the characteristics then of spirituality? What does it involve? Well, our approach to life, focus on others, doing what is right even when it is inconvenient. So spirituality is not some concept that fits just in a little part of our life. No, it involves everything. It defines our life, our family, our secular work, our entertainment, and also we have to say definitely our safety or our attitude toward it. So to kind of solidify this point between spirituality and safety, we'll just touch on Jehovah's view about safety. And this is interesting because the Watchtower highlighted a good point here. It said, the law of Moses made safety an official policy of God's people. That was over 3,500 years ago. Jehovah made sure that they understood that when it was embedded in the Mosaic law. Here's a couple examples here. One is Deuteronomy 22, verse 8. If an Israelite was building a house, what would they have to do? Build that little parapet, little wall going around so no one would fall, because if they did, they were held accountable, weren't they? Or what about if you were out in the woods, according to Deuteronomy 19, 4 through 6, and the axe handle or the axe head fell off, killed someone? Once again, you were held accountable. You had to flee to the city of refuge. Stay there till the high priest died, and you would be there with your immediate family, but the rest of your family, you would be away from them. So really, this arrangement then really helped the nation of Israel to get Jehovah's thinking on matters. One, that life is sacred. Two, take necessary precautions so that you can work safely and protect life. Clearly, throughout the scriptures, safety, right, was woven throughout, all throughout. You think about even today, an unrepentant smoker, what happens to him? Well, they're put out of the congregation. Why? Because of total disregard or disrespect for life. Another reference here from the Watchtower, 10:4-15. It says, Jehovah made it clear that he wanted his people to observe safe practices inside and outside the home. Those who cause death and injury to others, even by accident, had to answer to him. Jehovah's thinking on the matter has not changed. And how true that is today. Jehovah's not changed. Life is precious. He cares about people and their safety. And he wants us to be careful so that we don't injure ourselves or even someone else. And that would especially be true when we're constructing and maintaining then theocratic projects or buildings. So, what is the foundation then? What is the foundation of our safety program built on? Well, first off, did you notice the scripture reference there in Ephesians 5, verse 1? Ephesians 5:1. Therefore, become imitators of God as beloved children. So then, ultimately, in all areas of life, what do we want to do? We want to imitate Jehovah, don't we? That's really what we're trying to do. In order to imitate Jehovah requires then that we think like Jehovah. So the best program here should be built on the thinking of Jehovah, which in turn, as we see, then that would mean it would have to be built on scriptural principles, Bible principles, because that's in harmony with Jehovah and his standards. So having a lot of technical knowledge, some people have that, and that's fine. Secular experience, especially when you're dealing now with technical matter. But when it comes to really dealing with spiritual things, we want to imitate Jehovah. How does Jehovah manage his people today? Well, he does it in a loving, kind, and encouraging way, doesn't he? That's how we feel when Jehovah does direct us. So to get Jehovah's thinking, we're going to consider three, as many of you know, three Bible principles that form the foundation of our safety program. Number one, life is sacred. Psalm 36, verse 9, with you, Jehovah is the source of life. He created all life. It's sacred to him. Every human on the earth, Jehovah feels that their life is indeed sacred, worth protecting. And especially our brothers and sisters. Especially our brothers and sisters. They're not things on the project. No, it's a human life that's so precious to our Heavenly Father, Jehovah. So precious, you think about that little baby there. Imagine those parents right now, the love that they feel for that little one. Yet Jehovah's love is even more intense for his creative works. Number two, brotherly love. I'm giving you a new commandment, Jesus said, that you love one another just as I have loved you, you also love one another. John 13, 34. But here's a couple of ways it mentions that we could display love by our speech, by our actions. When you think about it, positive conversation encourages safe behavior. So if we see something, say something. And ultimately we want to also do something. This idea of do as I say, not as I do, is not a Christian attitude, it mentions. And I think we would all agree with that. Let's go to our third area here, Christian conscience. 1 Peter 3:21, baptism, which corresponds to this, is also now saving you, not by removing the filth of the flesh, but by the request to God for a good conscience through the resurrection of Jesus Christ. 1 Peter 3:21. Now just think about the lengths that Jehovah was willing to go to in order to give us a clear and clean conscience before him, laying down the life of his only begotten Son. That's incredible when you think about it. This conscience is very important. It acts as an internal judge, examining our actions, attitudes, our choices. It can guide us so that we can make good decisions and warn us that's a bad decision. Don't do it. Well, the same thing is true when it comes to safety. Working safely is important for us when we think about scriptural principles and using our conscience. It's noteworthy that in the congregation there's no morality overseer, a brother going around checking on us. No, it's our personal responsibility before Jehovah, in private and also in public. Same with our safety. It's our personal responsibility, not the safety brother. Right? Remember those days? We said, oh, we're hiding from the safety brother. We're thinking that's the only way, or everything will be okay if he doesn't see me. What about Jehovah? Right? What about Jehovah? Now, at times, some may say, well, as long as I'm obeying the rules, I'm okay. If I obey the safety rules, that's the best protection. But is it really? Is it really? Think about in a spiritual sense. Does just obeying God's law really mean we're going to be safe spiritually? Well, here's an example here that we might think about. Matthew 5, 27 and 28. You heard that it was said, you must not commit adultery. That's what the law said. Or we could say the rule, right? But Jesus goes a step beyond that. But I say to you that everyone who keeps on looking at a woman so as to have a passion for her has already committed adultery with her in the heart. So, just because we don't commit adultery doesn't mean that we are safe spiritually. Right? That's a good example there. Our safety program is not just compliance with rules, but a way of life based on scriptural principles. Now we come to a key area here, though. There's a vital process that Jehovah is actually teaching us. It's a spiritual process, and it's based on Proverbs 22:3. The shrewd one sees the danger and conceals himself. The shrewd one sees the danger and conceals himself. Don't we today, in a spiritual sense, we recognize hazards, we evaluate it, and take steps to eliminate it? That's what we do. Well, in this picture here, we see that vital process being put into play. Our dear brother is reading and no doubt meditating on God's word, enjoying it too. In the middle, we see a father and son, perhaps. Maybe they just left the meeting. Now they're going out in field service. or either way, meetings are very important, just like reading and meditating on God's Word. The ministry is vitally important. And then in the third one, you see what? Well, now this brother, he's built up spiritually, and now he can say, wait a minute, should I really buy this? Should I listen to this? See, there's a process. There's a process, right? In effect, Jehovah is guiding us and eliminating or lowering the spiritual risk when we get involved in spiritual activities. But before we move on, though, we wanted to make one point, though. All of us need to be careful that we don't neglect our spirituality. Because remember, spirituality leads to good safety practices, right? Now, why do we say that? Well, we're all pretty busy. We're working hard. Secularly, we work hard. We have our families. And then also we're working with LDC on our assignments. And what might happen is that we just feel, I'm just a little, quote, too tired, end quote, to attend, say, for example, the meetings. Well, if you feel that way, guess what? You're not alone. We're all tired. You might even be tired right now, right? It's just the way it is. And this system, it seems like it's designed to keep us tired. Keep us tired, right? But now think about this. Imagine you had a little daughter. You went up to her room and said, honey, you need to get up. You're going to be late for school. The little girl looked up at you and said, no, Mommy, I'm not going today. She said, why? Are you sick? She said, no, I'm just a little too tired. Probably looked down. Girl, please. Sorry about that. Because you know, right, that a balanced education is vitally important. She's not staying home just because she's a little tired. Or would you call up your boss and say, sir, I'm not coming in today? And he says, why? Are you sick? You say, no, I'm just a little too tired. Right, so you take all the time you want. Families sometimes, if we're exhausted throughout the year, children going to school, sometimes you say, well, let's take a vacation. Now remember, you're tired, you go off on vacation, you have such a good time, you come back and you're still tired. Or you need a vacation from your vacation, you have such a good time. But here's the point. If we can go to work tired, and we can go to school tired, and we can go on vacation tired, then why can't we come to the meetings tired? We do everything else tired. We might as well come to the meetings. And remember, when we do, we're building up our spirituality. And when we build up our spirituality, we get to see the connection between spirituality and also safety. Well, let's notice this vital process now if we take it into the aspect of safety. Jehovah's doing the same thing. Same principle. In Proverbs 22 and verse number 3, instead of simply, it says, reacting to hazards, we're taught to look ahead, see the danger, and take action. In a sense, just like in a spiritual way, Jehovah's guiding us to eliminate, to lower that physical risk. Something else, when we think about the scriptures, the importance of planning. Planning is highly important. And notice, again, we go back to the scriptures, though. Spirituality is involved. Proverbs 21, verse 5. The plans of the diligent surely lead to success. It requires thinking ability on our part when we plan. But what's wrong with that pyramid? If that's what we're doing, little planning, execute, you're going to have a lot of damage control. A lot of damage control. We're going to have to redo the work. Injury, possible death, medical expenses, damage to property, loss of work, the list goes on and on. Now, it should look like this, right? That's how really it should look. Plan, execute, and then you have little, if any, damage control. So really, think about it, friends. One of the most important things going on in LDC right now is safety training. I'll just say that again. One of the most important things going on excuse me, in the LDC department is safety training. Why? Because it saves lives. Yes, Jehovah is deeply concerned about the lives of all of us and all of his servants. What a wonderful, loving, merciful, and kind God Jehovah is. Isn't he? What a privilege we have to serve Jehovah with everything we have in this time of the end. And we never want to think that we're not living deep in the time of the end. Because if we do, it's a mistake. Now, someone might say, well, wait a minute now. They're planning, the organization is planning and building and so forth. We must have plenty of time. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled into thinking that that's the case, because it's not. They are planning, but they'll take that right on into the new system, right on into the new world. We are living deep in the time of the end. Now is not the time for any of us to be sleeping. We need to stay awake, spiritually, alert, active. Let me relate this brief little story before I conclude. There was a sister here in the United States who was raising her 3-year-old granddaughter. And she was kind of concerned that the little girl wasn't paying attention at congregation meetings. And so one Sunday evening, she went to put the little girl in the bathtub, and she noticed she still had on her watch. And so Esther, that was her grandmother, she said, honey, you need to take your watch off so it doesn't get ruined. The little girl said, no, Granny, I can't. The brother said not to. She said, well, what do you mean? Well, today at the meeting, the brother said, brothers, keep on the watch. Now, although she didn't get it quite right, she was paying attention, wasn't she? And even though she didn't fully understand it, but she was, by going to the meetings, building up her spirituality. She was building up her little spirituality, whether she realized it or not. May all of us remain spiritually strong in our assignments and keep on the watch, not only to the times in which we're living in, but also to recognizing, friends, that there is indeed a connection between spirituality and safety.
Thank you, Brother Blair. That was very, very encouraging. If you get the idea now that spirituality is a very important part of our safety program. The next question we're going to discuss is our spiritual growth evident to all. Now, these next 4 talks deal with our spirituality and growth. Think about our assignment in the safety department when these talks are given over. Now, there's 4 parts. It's a symposium. And Brother Jason Skiva is going to do the first part, and then the speakers will introduce the next. Brother Skiva.
Okay, no snapping. Here we go. My wife and I are from Jacksonville. I'm originally from Traverse City. A good place to be from. It's very cold there. Far more interesting, my wife's actually originally from Liberia, West Africa. It's kind of far more exotic than Traverse City, Michigan. Our current assignment, we assist also in the program for safety, for oversight. In fact, I assist Brother Blair. Did you have an assistant before me, Walter? Am I first?
That was me before.
So I'm the best assistant Walter's had in this assignment so far. Anyway. And for the glass half empty folks, I'm also the worst that he's had. Hobbies, we enjoy travel when we can. Fishing as well. Again, so rare, but we enjoy those opportunities. One thing people wouldn't know about me, we were in sign language some years ago for about 1.5 years. That was an enjoyable assignment and maybe a little more colorful. Not long ago I was involved in some conversations that the FBI was listening in on, but I can't talk about that. Anytime we get an assignment, one of the first things we do is we think about our audience. Who are we talking to? This is much different than a regular meeting, right? Than an assembly even, or a convention. This is a mature, spiritually mature audience, an audience that is also very self-sacrificing. Right? You all are exerting yourselves in your service to Jehovah because you want to be used to the fullest degree possible. As Brother Blair brought out, you also probably are tired. Possibly some of you verging into exhausted in your service. And the reality is the assignments aren't stopping to come, or the responsibility load isn't lightening, is it? It's increasing. And when you're a giver, as you all are, you want to keep giving, and you want to keep doing as much as you can. And because of that, you're beautiful. You're beautiful to Jehovah. You're precious, and it's an honor to be here with you, to be alongside you. That's the group that we're with today, and that's why we need to have something that helps us think about how to keep growing spiritually. So when we think about the theme today about humility, and then the symposium about growing, making in fact our spiritual growth evident to all, and then the first part on the symposium, the power of prayer, we're going to focus on that. But if you look also at the next parts on this, buying out time for personal study, having a full share in the ministry, having balance in our assignments, you can certainly see why all of those things, really an interesting symposium, and one that we're concerned about, want to certainly put into application. When I first got this assignment, kind of looked it all over, something that came to mind was actually one of our songs. It's one of my favorite songs. It's number 44. It's probably not one that a lot have as a favorite song, so I'll just read some of the words to it. It's called "A Prayer of the Lonely One." I won't sing it to you. You would definitely break out in prayer if I did. Praying that it ends. But here's the words. Aren't they beautiful? It says, "Jehovah God, I call to you and ask you, hear my prayer." And then the second stanza, "Your word has been my comfort and a refuge when I am weak, expressing feelings dear to me in words I cannot speak. Please build in me the faith and trust that your word does impart, and help me always know your love is greater than my heart." And the chorus, probably remember, "Do raise me up, help me endure when I'm in doubt, make my hope sure. From deep despair I turn to you, Jehovah God, my strength renew." Beautiful words, right? Song, a prayer of a humble one. So when we think about the power of prayer, what are we really speaking about? Well, we're talking about Jehovah's Holy Spirit actively being involved in what we're praying about. So that means that what we're asking has to be in harmony with Jehovah's will, but it also has to do with our personal friendship with Jehovah, doesn't it? And then based on that relationship, based on our thoughts and our feelings being in harmony with His purpose and His will, then He gives us His Holy Spirit, the most powerful force in the universe. And when we talk about prayer, it is something very personal, isn't it? And we treasure that gift. As mentioned, though, because we are so busy and our lives are so full, do you find when you think about your prayers, not that you don't pray enough. I imagine most of us at the end of the day, we probably couldn't count how many times we pray as we rely on Jehovah. However, because of all the responsibility, do you ever feel, have I really poured out my heart to Jehovah, really connected with Him in prayer? When was the last time that I was thoroughly engaged, focused, and appealed to Jehovah with an uncluttered mind? See, that's a good question. An illustration that Jesus gave, if you'll turn with me please to Luke the 18th chapter. It's going to highlight really the need we have for this type of prayer, but also highlight some other things that certainly contribute to Jehovah listening to our prayers. That's Luke chapter 18, starting at verse 10. It says, 2 men went up into the temple to pray, the one a Pharisee and the other a tax collector. The Pharisee stood and began to pray these things to himself. "Oh God, I thank you that I'm not like everyone else, extortioners, unrighteous, adulterers, or even like this tax collector. I fast twice a week, I give the tenth of all things I acquire." But the tax collector, standing at a distance, was not willing even to raise his eyes heavenward, but kept beating his chest, saying, "Oh God, be gracious to me, a sinner." I tell you, this man went down to his home and was proved more righteous than a Pharisee. Because everyone who exalts himself will be humiliated, but everyone who humbles himself will be exalted. Now, every prayer that we've ever uttered that Jehovah listened to was prayed through Jesus, right? The one who gave this illustration. And what he is sharing here is vast, but we'll focus in on a couple of things. One, the tax collector, it says he went up to the temple to pray. So he bought out the time to be put in the right environment where he could focus on his prayer with Jehovah. And then it says, that he stood at a distance. So he got into a place where he would not be distracted by anyone else. And then we see, of course, the humility that he displayed before Jehovah. It says that he didn't even raise his eyes to the heavens. Jehovah was so real to him that he recognized Jehovah's universal position that it humbled him to the point where he couldn't even raise his eyes. And again, what wonderful example for us, right? In taking the time and having the focus so that we can pray in such a way. This is the way then that our spiritual advancement, right, is able to continue, even though we're not new Christians, right? This is the way, this would contribute to the power of prayer having impact in our lives. David, if you'll turn with me to the Psalms this time, the 26th Psalm, of course, was a man of deep expression and beautiful words that he recorded, and many times we attach our thoughts to David's beautiful words as we express ourselves to Jehovah. But in the 26th Psalm, verse 2, let's think about how this contributes also to continuing to move forward spiritually and this attitude. 26th Psalm, verse 2, it says, "Examine me, O Jehovah, and put me to the test. Refine my innermost thoughts and my heart." Now, David fully expected that when Jehovah examined him to that degree, looked at his innermost thoughts, the inner man, every desire, every goal, every motive, that Jehovah was going to find things that were flawed. Right? That's why David said, "Refine me." In fact, he said, "Examine me, put me to the test." In other words, allow circumstances that these weaknesses will come to the surface so that you can help me get rid of them. We think of the refinement process, right? The material is brought up to a high heat, and then the dross and the scummy and the impurities are brought to the surface so they can be removed. But then to have Jehovah's thoughts affecting the deeper, innermost thoughts. In other words, the thoughts that we don't share with anyone else. Only Jehovah knows, and we know. These are the thoughts that David wanted Jehovah's help with, to adjust and to harmonize with his thinking. And you can see how with this attitude, see, spiritual progression can continue. Now, when we talk about spiritual progression, we're not talking about assignments, are we? We're talking about the demonstration of Christian qualities. That's spiritual advancement. Assignments come and go and change, but our Christian qualities, are they evident? And are they growing? Are they impactful? See, those are the questions that we want to speak with Jehovah about and ask for his help. Now, we're going to interview a brother of prayer, a man of prayer, Brother Lewis, Richard Lewis. Just going to ask him a few questions. First, Brother Lewis, maybe you can tell us what you've done and what you're doing now.
Okay, do I have to do the snap thing? Yeah.
We'll give you a break.
I'll give you a break. Thank you. We have the privilege also of serving as instructors in the safety program training for oversight as well. And along with that, we have a couple other responsibilities. I'm sure that, like many of the appointed men here in the audience, we all wear various hats. And so, in addition to the work that we do for the LDC, I have the privilege of serving as an HLC member in the Orlando area, and as well as, we've got congregational responsibilities and circuit responsibilities and regional convention responsibilities. So we stay a little busy.
I would say so. So, Richard, with all of that, do you find sometimes it is a challenge to engage in a type of prayer that you would like to?
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes, when we're sitting here and you're thinking about how do you balance all of these responsibilities out? How do you make sure that all of the hats get worn appropriately? Oftentimes we have to consider the fact of what 2 Corinthians 4:7 helps us to appreciate, that it requires the power beyond what is normal in order to be able to do so. You appreciate that point that Jehovah will never give us a Holy Spirit for something that we can adequately take care of ourselves. But when we're working hard for Jehovah and we're doing various different things, sometimes it requires that Holy Spirit to be able to push us through. And you have to be able to take the time out to pray for it.
Yeah, so that goes with the last question. How have you find fighting for that time has been beneficial?
Well, not only does it help to keep everything in order, but it allows us to have a measure of peace. And I always think of the scripture of Philippians chapter 4, verses 6 and 7, when we talk about not only are we praying, but are we supplicating, are we giving Jehovah thanksgiving, are we petitioning Jehovah? And then what it does, it gives us that peace of God. We have peace with God because of our relationship with Him and the fact that we've changed our life considerably. But that peace of God kind of keeps things in order. Allows us to not only balance responsibilities in the congregation and what we do outside of the congregation, but even at home. I have a wife, I have 3 children. One of them no longer lives at home, but we have a 24-year-old, we have a 19-year-old, we have a 15-year-old. And so we all have to balance those responsibilities as well. And so that probably is the greatest responsibility I have, and really requires the most prayer, and making sure that I'm always acting as a fine husband.
Good plug.
Acting as a fine husband and as a good dad as well, but especially, as a fine brother to my family as well.
Thank you, Brother Lewis, very much. Some years ago, my wife and I were able to meet a brother. He gave his experience. He was a Holocaust survivor, and he went into great detail about that experience. He was actually not a witness at the time going through the Holocaust, but the last camp that he was in, they actually had taken all of the witnesses and put them behind a fence inside the camp. And so he thought to himself, as he shared with the congregation, and actually at a college they were interviewing him as well, and he says, who are these people that are separated from all of us in a concentration camp? He said, and when he went to the fence and he looked at the individuals inside, he couldn't believe what he saw. He said, I saw a different demeanor. I saw a different facial expression. He said, I saw humanity and dignity in a place that humanity and dignity did not exist. He said, what we did to survive day to day was not humane. He said, and yet I looked across this fence and I saw humanity, and it gave me hope to keep living. After he left, it wasn't long, of course, before he got a knock at the door. what he did was, of course, respond, but he grabbed the brothers and he sat them down and he says, "Can you explain to me what I saw? What was that they had?" And the brothers really couldn't explain to him through his fish. He said, "They showed me scriptures and they showed me things." He said, No, that's not it. That's not it. But thank you." And he kept making progress. He said it was 2 years after studying, coming to meetings. He says he finally met an elderly black sister, he said. And I asked her, "What, do you know what it was?" And she said, "Yes, I know what it was." And this is where she went to. If you'll turn with me there, Philippians chapter 4, verses 6 and 7. And this is what she read to him. "Do not be anxious over anything, but in everything, by prayer and supplication, along with thanksgiving, let your petitions be made known to God. And the peace of God that surpasses all understanding will guard your hearts and your mental powers by means of Christ Jesus." And he said, "That's it. That's what I saw. I saw the peace of God in a situation that it was impossible to have peace." But how did they have it? Well, the first part, right? In everything, by prayer and supplication, along with thanksgiving, let your petitions be made known to God. That is what those brothers did. They supplicated Jehovah. They petitioned Jehovah. They found reason to thank Jehovah, even in those conditions. And it enabled them to endure unimaginable pain and to maintain their relationship with Jehovah. That same peace is available to us, as Brother Lewis brought out, and as we think about our assignments and what we're doing, as busy as we are and as complicated as it seems, and as the load gets heavier, this is the formula for us not only to continue to succeed, but to even continue to grow spiritually. And this, as we know, honors Jehovah. And that's why we're doing this, isn't it? It's not just to gain a bunch of responsibilities so that we can draw closer to Jehovah, have joy in our service. And that is how the power of prayer can contribute to our service, to our great God. Now let's give our attention back to Brother Calvars, and he will talk to us about buying out time for personal study.
We have a very important question to ask you. Did you know that by having gas, that could save your life? Let's define what type of gas we're talking about. Gas could actually save your life. The gas we're talking about is fuel in your car. How could that save your life? Well, I'll give you an example. There's a woman in India who was giving birth. Well, she started going into giving birth. And her husband took her to the hospital. And she was having complications, so she needed to be transported from that hospital to another hospital. Well, the ambulance came and picked her up and transported her from that hospital to the other one. That was the goal. Well, from the hospital she was picked up at, on the way to the other hospital, the ambulance ran out of gas. They ran out of gas, and they couldn't get another ambulance there in time. Ambulance didn't get there for another 45 minutes to an hour. The woman died, and the baby died. All because that ambulance driver did not stop and get gas. See, we are never too busy in our lives, no matter what appointment we're going to. If our gas tank is on E, guess what? We have to stop and we have to fuel it up. We will never advance to our destination if we do not stop and fuel it up. The same is true with our spiritual advancement. If we do not stop and fuel up ourselves spiritually, we will never advance. In fact, we will never grow spiritually. Our spirituality could die because we're not fueling it properly. The same is true, as we said, we know with spiritual advancement, we have to fuel it. But how? How do we put the fuel into us to grow spiritually? Well, Paul gave us the answer. He gave us the guide. In fact, he told Timothy how to do it. Let's look at it. Because in this scripture, Paul tells Timothy how to be a good student of the Bible. That's number one. That's how we put fuel into us. Become a good student of the Bible. Let's look at 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 15. And we're going to switch it up a little bit. We'll go ahead and get a volunteer for this scripture. 1 Timothy chapter 4 and verse 15. Who would like to read that for us? Brother here, right in the middle.
Ponder over these things, be absorbed in them, so that your advancement may be plainly seen by all people.
Excellent. Thank you. See, Paul gave two things here on how to be a good student of the Bible that would give us fuel. Paul said to ponder over those things, so he was telling Timothy here to be deeply meditating on the scriptures. That would be the first ingredient to being a good student of the Bible. Then secondly, he said be absorbed in them. This would be intensely engaged, engrossed in it. This would be his spiritual activity as well as his actions and his speech. He would be engrossed in it and absorbed in it. By doing those two things, Paul said our spiritual advancement would be evident. We would become good students of the Bible, and this would be seen by all around us, but especially by Jehovah. Now, when we fill up our car with gas, is that the last time we do it? It's an ongoing process, right? It's like, wow, we're out of gas again. That's kind of sometimes how we feel with our cars. We have to continue to do it. Likewise, we do the same with our personal study and meditation. It has to be daily. It has to be ongoing. We have to fuel ourselves up. We are never too busy to stop and fill up our spiritual gas tank. We have to take the time to do so. There's many benefits that come from taking in spiritual food. It ultimately brings us closer to Jehovah, and that's the goal. That's what we want. And it helps him then to mold us as people. But once we become closer to Jehovah, we become moldable by him. But it takes effort on our part to do that, as we mentioned. When we go to the gas station, picture yourself there. Do you ever just sit in your vehicle and hope through osmosis that you're going to get fuel from the gas tank into your car? It's impossible to do. We have to physically get out of the car, we have to get the handle, we have to put it in the car, and we have to pump it in the car. It takes action on our part to do that. Spiritual fuel cannot get into us through osmosis either. We can't just read the Bible and expect it to somehow penetrate into us through osmosis. A drop of fuel once in a while is not enough for a car to get anywhere, and neither would a drop of spiritual food here or there. It must be enough each day so that it nourishes us. It gives us heartfelt appreciation for Jehovah's Word. In fact, the psalmist, let's read his words and how he felt. At Psalms chapter 77, and we get another reader for this, Psalm 77 and verse 11 and 12. Psalm 77, 11 and 12. Sister Bagwell.
I will remember the works of Jah. I will remember your marvelous deeds of long ago, and I will meditate on all your activity and ponder over your dealings.
Excellent, thank you. So we see here the psalmist's expressions indicate that he took the time. He brought out the time to contemplate on Jehovah, his standards, his ways, and even Jehovah's personality to understand him better. Expressions like those help us to see from the psalmist that we should set aside time each day to do that. So let's interview one of our team members in safety, Sister Courtney Stevens. How are you, Courtney? You're not nervous, are you? No. Okay. You are. We want to ask a couple of questions, Courtney. Could you tell us what are some of your responsibilities and assignments that you take care of?
Well, I'm a wife. That's my biggest responsibility.
Taking care of Chip?
I'm a wife. I have 2 girls. I pioneer. I work part-time, and I am a safety scheduler for LTC.
You're busy.
Yes.
You're very busy.
Very.
Yes. So, with as busy as you are, what is your schedule for personal study?
Well, as of lately, it's early morning.
Okay. How early?
6.
6 a.m.
Yes.
This wasn't in here, but I ask you, why do you pick 6 a.m.?
Because it's quiet. Everyone's asleep. You know, I have time to really focus on what I'm reading. So it's really like time with Jehovah that is very valuable to me.
Nice. Very nice. So tell us, what are some obstacles you've had to overcome to establish that routine?
Well, like I said, as of late, you know, the obstacle that I've had to overcome is I used to have it in the evening, and I noticed that it was just too much. You know, with kids and chaos and just a lot of things going on, it got pushed to the back burner. So early morning is, you know, everyone's still asleep, and I can really focus on my spiritual routine.
Very nice. How would you say then that this has benefited you in your full-time service?
It's really benefited me in the sense that I have such a close relationship with Jehovah, and that's my ultimate benefit that I do have. It's helped me set priorities, helped me keep a simple life. It's also helped me with so many things in regards to making sure that I'm not just worried about unnecessary anxieties in life. And it's really helped me, you know, working for Jehovah is so refreshing. And he's the best boss ever I could ever have. And 2 scriptures really come to my mind when I'm thinking of that is Hebrews 6:10, where Jehovah doesn't forget what I've done for him. And also 2 Corinthians 4:7. I can't do this without Jehovah, as that he gives us the power beyond what is normal. So he's given me the strength to accomplish these duties.
Very nice. Thank you very much, Courtney, for sharing. And I will say that Courtney and Chip are very busy, but it is evident to everyone in the congregation that they do take the time to put in a personal study. You can tell through their comments and through their children's comments. It's really evident, and it's nice examples. So with all relationships, closeness to Jehovah, it must be nurtured, just like we do with anyone else that's close to us. But it must be continual in order for it to keep growing. But the key is meditation, because that helps us to deeply root our faith and draw us closer to Jehovah. We'd like to illustrate that in the having deep roots of faith and the importance of it. Anybody here familiar with the Chinese bamboo tree? Sister Priest, you are? Okay. Well, you'll appreciate this. I'm not going to call you on it right now, but what's interesting about the Chinese bamboo tree is that if you were to plant the seed of a Chinese bamboo tree, you would think the thing is dead because there is no growth that comes out of that seed for nearly 5 years. You see nothing coming out of the ground. For those 5 years, do you know what it's doing? It's growing its root system below the ground. Why? Because in that time, when it reaches out and has that root system, when it's ready to flush out, it reaches 80 feet tall within 6 weeks.
Wow.
It's amazing. In fact, just look at a picture here of it. Imagine 6 weeks, that thing is 80 feet tall. What did it have to do to get to that height? It had to grow its root system first. And so for us, the same is true. Meditation and thinking, praying to Jehovah, as was mentioned, and our personal study and meditating on what we learned is going to grow our root system so it is deep enough that our spirituality can now advance and grow. As we make study, personal study, a priority in our life, we give Jehovah the opportunity to mold us. We become more humble. We know here, all of you who have been in assignments, whatever it is, theocratically, LDC, Jehovah's been molding us, hasn't he? And he continues to, if we're humble and we draw close to him. If we feel that we could improve, though, maybe we feel, I could do more. I feel, you feel guilty sometimes that you're not giving Jehovah enough. Maybe we feel bad. Well, there was a prophet that felt this way. Let's look at Isaiah chapter 64 and verse 8. Hey, can we get a volunteer for this? Isaiah 64 verse 8. Oh, brother here?
But now, O Father, you are, but now, O Jehovah, you are our Father. We are the clay, and you are our potter. We are the work of your hand.
Very nice. Isaiah here, in this scripture, he knew that he had made progress in his relationship with Jehovah. Isaiah had great privileges, but he knew he needed to keep his heart condition moldable for Jehovah to work on him. So how about us? Are we moldable? Are we adjustable? Are we adaptable to how Jehovah wants to use us? Well, we can be through our personal study and drawing closer to him. Are we soft clay that Jehovah can work with, and it is evident to him and everyone around us? By being moldable, our thinking comes more in line with Jehovah's view of matters. Now, we know for all in the audience here that you do have challenges that you have to overcome with your assignment, with your personal lives, whatever it might be. There are challenges you have to deal with. Some of those might be change in assignment. Who's had a change in an assignment before? One day you're doing one thing, the next day you're doing another thing. That's a challenge. How about loss of joy? Have we ever had a loss of joy in our work? It could happen. What about team members? Maybe they rub us the wrong way. Maybe there's someone that's really difficult for us to work with. It could happen. Maybe we have a problem with our oversight. We could have that problem. How about constant change in the work and procedures? Is that one we have to deal with? We think we have it figured out, now something else changes on us. That's a challenge. Maybe for some, health or advancing age is affecting you and your assignment. Maybe it's financial. Maybe just paying bills. Maybe it was just a financial struggle to be here today. And congregation assignments. We all have those as well. So what can help us with all of those challenges? Keep in mind that Chinese bamboo tree has to grow its root system to sustain the growth, right? We talked about that. But it has to have that solid foundation. Because when that wind and those elements come through and it's 80 feet tall, what do you think's holding it in place? It's the deep root system that it established. And that's the same for us. Having that deep faith in Jehovah will help us to stay close to him. Deep study, meditation, and friends, lingering in prayer. We say prayers to Jehovah, but when's the last time we lingered with him? And we just talked to him. That can help. This will help increase the growth of our spiritual root system so that we can gain the strength and wisdom to withstand all the challenges that come with our full-time service. By becoming good students of the Bible and continuously taking in spiritual fuel, our hearts will burn to continue to serve in our assignments. And our spiritual advancement will be plainly seen to all around us, but most importantly to Jehovah. Now we'll give our attention to Brother Peter Reynolds, as he'll handle the part on our symposium having a full share in the ministry. I want you to think about a faithful man. I did that on purpose. I wanted to make sure you were still awake. Good. Well, you're faithful people. Before we get into that example, let me answer these questions. So I'm from Western New York. My wife from Denver, Colorado. Well, actually, Georgetown, Colorado. We lived in Denver for a while. I'm currently serving as the safety training or scheduling coordinator. I can't mix that up. That'll get me in trouble. Hobbies. I used to have hobbies. One of the hobbies was playing volleyball. And you may say, man, who plays volleyball up in New York? It's cold, yes. Usually when you picture people playing volleyball, it's on a beach, right? Interestingly, though, in Rochester, New York, if you've ever seen it on a map, it's right under Lake Ontario. And along the southern part of the lake, we actually have very beautiful beaches there, the Great Lake. So right along our whole town had beaches. We would often play volleyball. However, the season is very short, right? Because it's very cold in New York. And so we would play volleyball indoor a lot. So that's one of my hobbies. Let's see, one thing most people don't know about me. I have never planted a Chinese bamboo tree. So, I didn't know that about me until a minute ago either. I didn't know that existed. So, that's interesting. Back to our example. Enough about me. Think about this faithful man, Noah, for a moment. Noah was given an enormous task of building an ark, which, when we think about it, really was the first theocratic assignment we really see in the Bible. And in Genesis chapter 6, it describes really how big that ark was. It helps us appreciate there that the ark was some 437 feet long, 73 feet wide, 44 feet tall, several stories tall. It was far larger than any wooden ships that have been made, really, in human history, even in our modern era. The work on the ark took Noah and his family approximately 40 to 50 years. So this was an enormous assignment. Now imagine that for a minute. Think about yourself being given this assignment. Think about what that would involve, building the ark. Now, your construction group, your team would consist of about 8 people. And oh, by the way, there's no power tools. You would actually have to make those power tools to build the ark. Would that start to feel a little overwhelming as you begin your assignment? But the thing we actually want to talk about with Moses, is not the ark. There's something else we learn in this account about Noah. And I encourage you now to turn there to Genesis chapter 6 and verse 9. Genesis 6:9. And notice here what it says. Genesis 6:9, it says, "This is the history of Noah. Noah was a righteous man. He proved himself faultless among his contemporaries. Noah walked with the true God." Now there's a lot that's said in this verse, but key in on this one expression, Noah walked with the true God. Now that in itself means a lot, but it helps us understand the relationship that he had with Jehovah. And of course, we're not talking about just taking a casual walk with Jehovah. We're talking about Noah really understanding who Jehovah was, walking in a sense that he spent time each and every day with Jehovah on his assignment.
right? So we start to understand who this man was and how he was serving Jehovah. But now there's something else very interesting that Noah did. It's not mentioned in this account in Genesis chapter 6. Matter of fact, we have to look to another Bible writer to understand his perspective on Noah's work here. So I encourage you, if you actually take that reference and go to, let's see, it's 2 Peter chapter 2 and verse 5. Notice what Peter was inspired to say or really observe about Noah. 2 Peter chapter 2 and verse 5. It says, "And he did not refrain from punishing an ancient world, but kept Noah, a preacher of righteousness, safe with 7 others when he brought a flood upon a world of ungodly people." And so did you key in on something else Noah did according to that verse? He was a preacher of righteousness. Now that's really amazing when you think about it, because often when people think about Noah, they also think about the ark, right? Noah's ark. Yet according to other Bible writers, he wasn't known as an ark builder. He wasn't known as a general contractor. He wasn't known as a lumber liquidator, right? He was known as a preacher. That's the reputation that Noah had. Now, how did that happen? How did he become known as a preacher? Well, it's interesting, again, just thinking about that expression, he walked with God. And so he would have come to really understand Jehovah's thoughts, his views, his feelings as he continued to walk with his God. Now, most likely, Noah understood what happened in the Garden of Eden, right? He could have easily thought about the events that took place, his former relatives, Adam and Eve. He could have understood the rebellion that took place, how they disobeyed Jehovah and really followed Satan in that rebellion. See, he could have meditated on these past events and understood the importance of sanctifying Jehovah's name, really clearing Jehovah's name of how it was smeared by Satan in the Garden of Eden. You see, he could have also understood the importance of warning the wicked. He could have understood Jehovah's view of giving people an opportunity to repent, and so that they could live. Noah could have understood these things. Now let's bring this all down to our day. How does this example of Noah really affect us in our ministry? How does it affect our view of the ministry? Well, let's consider a couple things. It's true, like Noah, each of us have been given a work assignment. And therefore, how do we continue to have a full share in the ministry while at the same time balancing out our work assignments, right? That's the big question. Now, we have to admit the struggle, it's real, right? The struggle is real. It can be a challenge at times to maintain this balance. As a matter of fact, when I got this talk and I started thinking about the theme, I said, man, I better get out in service. Right? And let's be honest, you friends are thinking the same thing right now as we're talking about this. And so consider Noah's assignment for a moment. More than likely, he had to spend more time building the ark than he did at preaching. And think about that. If he spent more time preaching, well, then the ark would have never been built. The flood would have came. None of us would be here today. So it's very possible for this time of his assignment, he may have spent much more time in the construction work. But it's apparent that he didn't neglect his preaching work, right? He was, after all, known as a preacher. He didn't neglect telling others about this warning message that this flood was going to come. And so we learn from this account that Noah had a regular, active share of preaching. We don't know how much, but we do know it was apparently regular. How else would he build this reputation as a preacher? And so like Noah, we too can have a full share in the ministry while at the same time fulfilling our work assignments, our family responsibilities, as well as our congregation responsibilities. And while it's true at times we may spend much more time in our work assignments than we do in the preaching, however, we too, like Noah, never want to neglect our ministry. We want to maintain a regular, active share in the preaching and teaching work. Now, this is an interesting point. Noah was not commanded to preach. Isn't that interesting? So what motivated Noah to preach? It would have been Bible principles, really. Although he didn't even have the Bible. He may have had just portions. And so it was principles that moved Noah to preach and warn the wicked. So how does that really apply to us? Well, we do have a command to preach. But is that why we preach? Here's an interesting article. It was the June 2012 Kingdom Ministry. And you may recall in that Kingdom Ministry, it listed 12 reasons why we preach. And they, of course, are based on Bible principles. Here's just a couple. It helps save lives, John 17:3. It serves to warn the wicked, Ezekiel 3:18 and 19. It is an expression of God's righteousness. No charge can be brought against Jehovah that he destroyed the wicked without giving them an opportunity to repent. Acts 17:30. It expresses our love for God. 1 John 5:3. But now, interestingly, the article continues that there's actually one reason to preach above all these others. And this, notice what it says. It says, regardless of the response we receive, the ministry contributes toward the sanctification of God's name and gives Jehovah a reply to the one who is taunting him. Wow. That is a big reason behind the motivating force we have for preaching and teaching the good news. Would you agree? Here's another lesson that we can really take away from Noah. Now, this point was found in the January 2017 Watchtower. And note what it said. It said, as a preacher of righteousness, Noah faithfully proclaimed the warning message he had been given. Now, no doubt doing so helped Noah keep his faith strong. So it was the preaching work that actually helped Noah strengthen his faith. Now, how important was that? Well, that faith, in turn, is really what helped Noah to remain obedient to Jehovah. That faith would have led him to also be able to survive that flood, because he built a huge ark, he got on the flood. As a result, him and his family survived. And so you can imagine, too, in that destruction of that flood, Noah may have lost many family members that may have also rebelled and followed Adam and Eve. But what's interesting is that faith that Noah had could have helped him through some very difficult times just prior to the flood. Well, the same is with us. Having a strong share in the ministry, a full share in the ministry, can help us also maintain a faith that will help us through very difficult times. Not just if we're dealing with a struggle within our assignment, but this faith is going to help us endure this system of things and come to see the new system. Here's another lesson that we can take from Noah. He had a family that showed faith in Jehovah. Now, this was no coincidence. No doubt it was a result of Noah's faith that moved his immediate family also to show faith in Jehovah. He set an example for his family in showing real faith and trust in Jehovah. Because remember, he was doing something no one had ever done before. And many people, even his family, could have questioned why he was doing it. But he showed faith. He took the lead in building the ark, and apparently he taught his family how to build in a safe way. Now think about that. Noah and his family got on the ark. They all survived the construction work. There's no record of any injury. Is it possible Noah helped his family create an accident-free work environment? Brother Blair would be happy about that. Right? And so there's a lot we can learn from how Noah showed faith in Jehovah. But now how about us? How does that affect the work we do in our work assignments? Well, by us having faith, which we can build in the ministry, can that rub off with our friends, our family, those that we work with in our LDC assignments? Having a full share in the ministry, even if it's a small amount compared to our work assignment, having this full share in the ministry will help us to be an encouragement to these ones. Now, on this subject, we would like to interview Brother and Sister Soriano. They're a couple that both have individual assignments within the LDC. And as a matter of fact, we'll ask them, maybe starting with Brother Soriano, what is your assignment?
It's a new acronym, I guess. Spanish Safety Assistant Coordinator.
Nice. What's the acronym? Let's see.
SSAC.
Nice.
It could change. It could have an X.
We love our acronym. And so what's the acronym for your assignment?
I don't know. I'm just support.
Very good.
I've had the privilege to be able to support in the Spanish safety training, everything from check-in, calling volunteers before classes, helping set up during the classes, and a couple of things after the classes as well. And now I'm learning in terms of scheduling. So
awesome. Very good. Yes, it's nice to work with you. Appreciate your hard work, both of you. Now, a couple of questions we want to consider. We talked about the challenge involved with having a full share in the ministry, as well as a big work assignment in LDC. Is that true of you? Do you find it to be a challenge, or do you guys have it all straightened out?
Well, you know, when you asked us to help with this, I thought to myself, I'm hardly doing anything. But, you know, we truly enjoy being active in the ministry and spending time with the friends from our congregation in the territory. But, you know, with this assignment, we've had to cut back as far as how much time we dedicate or we are active in the ministry. So at times it feels like we aren't giving our best to Jehovah, and we aren't giving our best to the congregation. So it feels daunting at times to have to try to balance it all out.
Sure.
yeah, it definitely can be challenging to have a full share in the ministry when trying to balance secular work and theocratic activities and responsibilities at home, life, and LDC. So sometimes I feel that I'm just not doing enough in the ministry with the congregation despite putting forth my best efforts.
Yeah, I'm sure all of us in the audience can understand those feelings. Now, despite that, despite the challenge that's present, you are remaining active. And what have been the blessings as a result of maintaining that full share in the ministry?
Just when you are feeling that you're becoming unuseful, you can't be used by Jehovah in the ministry, he has a way to show you otherwise. When we moved down here about a year ago, we had no RVs, we had even less than studies, right, at that point. And we started working with the safety training in Spanish. And we thought to ourselves, well, how can we balance, this a lot and have an active share in the ministry? And we put it under prayer, just relied on Jehovah to help us, but we continued being active as much as possible. One evening, we were doing heart witnessing, and we met a couple, a Brazilian couple who speak Portuguese. Now their Spanish and their English is very limited, but they were saying, hey, we just prayed to God and we prayed to Him. We want to find good people who love God. And we said to ourselves, well, we're good people, and we definitely love God. So we started a study with them. Granted, it's a mix of languages just to be able to communicate with them. So if anybody here speaks Portuguese, you can approach us afterwards. But we see that as a blessing from Jehovah. Just showing us, hey, it's okay. So we're truly seeing Jehovah's hands through all this.
Nice, thank you.
Yes, and actually, at the beginning of this service here, I remember praying to Jehovah to help me find another Bible study. And then after I prayed about it, I remember thinking to myself, like, could it be possible to start another study with the increasing responsibilities that I've been receiving in BSG? However, Jehovah is a hearer of prayers, and he absolutely responded. I had been visiting a woman for some time whose husband is sick with cancer, and they also have an adult daughter with special needs. And with Jehovah's help, I actually offered her a study, and I was so happy when she accepted. And so we're now regularly studying, and she's actually starting to take time beforehand to prepare for the studies, and is actually starting to do personal Bible reading. And recently, she actually told me that she's actually trying to share some thoughts from the Bible that she finds with her husband to encourage him. So I'm just very grateful to Jehovah for this upbuilding experience.
Yeah, for sure. It's certain that you are staying active in the ministry. We appreciate that. Now, finally, how has maintaining this full share in the ministry, how has it helped you to grow spiritually, and does that help you with your work assignments?
Yeah, I mean, when we strive to have a full share in the ministry, we feel joy, and the reason being is that we know Jehovah sees everything that we're doing, even if we're limited because of our circumstances. He sees all, and he demonstrates it, his appreciation when he gives you these blessings. It's almost like an acknowledgement, hey, it's gonna be okay. So when you realize that, it can only produce joy in your life. And knowing that and seeing how Jehovah continues to bless you in your assignment, it truly strengthens my faith in him and my love for Jehovah.
Definitely. Having a full share in the ministry helps me to cultivate spiritual qualities such as love and patience for those you find in the ministry, and also faith that Jehovah will continue helping me in my ministry. And these, actually, when you think about it, these are the same qualities that we need to show when we're working with the volunteers, right? Especially in the safety training classes, because it really helps the flow of the class as well, and the volunteers really benefit. So it is faith strengthening to see how Jehovah helps me to balance my ministry with my different responsibilities, which has helped me to grow spiritually. And I just really appreciate everything that Jehovah has done for me.
Thank you, friends, so much for those expressions. So it's clear, isn't it, friends, regardless of our circumstances, our work assignments, other responsibilities that we have, if we maintain a full share in the ministry, or I should say we can maintain a full share in the ministry if we stay regular, if we stay active in it. Also, having a full share in the ministry will help us build that strong faith that we need, not just in our work assignments, but also to endure difficulties and the end of this system of things. Keep in mind, too, that same faith and the qualities that we build as we are out in the ministry also make us a source of encouragement and a strengthening aid to the very brothers and sisters that we're working with in our work assignments. Now let's give our attention to Brother Reagan. He will develop the theme, balance in our assignments.
You know, there's a saying out there, all right. I'll get to it. But there's a saying out there, they save the best for last. Get ready to be disappointed. Following these three brothers? Oh, man. Okay, so Travis sent this kind of to us to do this little, so that you don't have to click. Where are you from? My wife and I are from Flint, Michigan, where we have really good water. We left. We moved to Florida in 2011, and we've enjoyed living here in Florida. The winters are great here compared to Michigan. As far as our current assignment, obviously an elder, also a regular pioneer, field service group overseer for a Hindi group in our congregation. LDC assignment is I'm a trainer in Region 5. You are in our region. We are hosting you in our region because this is just at the very southernmost part of our region. We go all the way north, and we cover from Jacksonville over to Marietta. So we take in almost all of the northern Florida as our part to train in. And one of my new trainers, are you here, James Dexter? Is he here? I know he had a congregation responsibility, but he's a new trainer, and this is his hall, and he coordinated this whole event. And I said, wow. I was shaking his hand out there and congratulating him, so we thank him for that. As far as hobbies go, I laughed, you know, what hobbies? Who has hobbies? But you know, I had a vision in the night of hobbies that I actually had and didn't know I had it. And it's the understanding all the acronyms. I mean, it's really, think about it. And so recently in June, I was up in Wacko for some training, and I asked the brothers, where's the acronym generator machine? And they laughed. Well, they took me into a little office, and there was a little sister. She was an anointed sister, about 90 years old. She'd been cranking out acronyms all this time. And I said, wow, now I know where they're acronyms. But think about it. I mean, remember RBC, LBC, PC, LDC, VSG, CGO, CGOA, PTO, COBE, FSG, HLC, PVG, and I got 4 new ones yesterday. STSC, RLT, RTLA, and LSC. So if you can remember all those acronyms and what they mean, congratulations. So as far as the one thing that people don't know about me, that I love acronyms. Okay. Anyway, my part's on balance. I need to get to my part. But anyway, so, you know, when we stop thinking about balance, how important is balance? And we heard the wonderful parts here ahead of us in the interviews and the people that face challenges with balance. And so, you know, it's today, it's a challenge without a doubt. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that because all of us have a lot of responsibilities, as already mentioned. So maintaining this balance in our assignments, to me, requires 2 very important things. One is to have wisdom, and 2 is to have a good spiritual routine. So let me just give you the definition of from Webster of balance. It mentions, balance implies a state in which no one part, element, factor, or influence overweighs another or is out of due proportion to the others. It therefore suggests a steadiness or well-being that is usually not outwardly evident until a disturbance occurs. I thought it was interesting because, you know, when a person is balanced, we don't think much about it. Oh, that brother's really balanced. That sister's really, look at how they're carried. But when they fall out of balance, now we know it's obvious, right? But we're going to talk about ourselves. So let's think about riding a bicycle. You know, when we're riding a bicycle, doesn't it require balance? You know, sure it does. So, because if we weren't balanced and riding our bicycle, a fall could be damaging. We know that it could be painful and perhaps even fatal. That's why some wear these helmets when they ride their bikes. So it's obvious that physical balance is important. But when you were first learning to ride a bike, raise your hand. How many of you fell down when you were first learning to ride a bike? Looky here. Just all of us. So, you know, when you think about that, we probably, some of us, maybe you didn't, I did, I had to have training wheels. Did anybody have training wheels on their bicycles? Oh, yeah, okay. I wasn't alone. So, you know, so here's what you need to look at. LDC is our bicycle, and VSG is our training wheels. No pun intended. So think about that. We have to be balanced, and we have to work with the organizational structure and do all we can to show that we're working along with Jehovah's organization. So furthermore, those that have tried to balance a bicycle while it's standing still, they appreciate the importance of forward momentum, right? And so that's why we have to, for our spiritual growth to be evident, you gotta have the forward momentum. And so we're doing that by prayer, as we learned with Brother Skiba, and then study, as we learned with Brother Kalbars, and then field service, as we learned with Brother Reynolds. So all of these things help us to maintain this balance. So So it's useful to compare spiritual balance with physical balance because we could fall down, even as a spiritually mature person, if we're not careful. Because a person that's a physical person, let's say, is walking on slippery ground. If it's full of mold or like that, you can slip and fall. Same way with a spiritual person. Before we know it, we could slip and fall if we're not cautious. And so we have to keep these things going: our prayer, our study, our service, and meditation, and these things. Now, the balance that's needed is brought out for us in Proverbs. If you'd like to turn your Bibles with me to Proverbs chapter 4. Solomon was the writer here. Proverbs chapter 4, look at verse 7. Here it helps us see how to achieve this balance. He says, wisdom is the most important thing. So acquire wisdom. And with all you acquire understanding. Drop down to verse 12. If you're doing that, as he mentioned there, when you walk, your steps will not be hindered. And if you run, you will not stumble. Hold on to discipline. Do not let it go. Safeguard it, for it means your life. So when we think about what was being said here in Proverbs, especially in verse 7 there initially, wisdom. When you think about wisdom is a very important part of our Christian balance, isn't it? We all have to have wisdom. Didn't he say it's the most important thing? And so this is something that we're going to always be working on to keep our balance and to keep our spiritual growth evident to others. And so if we acquire wisdom, now we could feel a little bit better, can't we? And then also we were told to acquire understanding, to understand the things that we're learning about. So Jehovah gives us plenty to work on there. And then self-discipline was also mentioned. So you see how these things come together, and they help us to see how to maintain our spiritual balance. So this is all acquired by what? Prayer, study, and field service. And that'll help us have a balanced ministry. Because yes, being involved in VSG and LDC and oh my goodness, what was those other ones there? CGO or CGOA or RLT, whatever you've got going on is going to require that you have balance. And so Jehovah will give us wisdom, as he says. So now wisdom itself, when you think about it, is the importance of it is to make practical application of the knowledge. And so the knowledge that we're being given through the Jehovah's organization is obviously to stay balanced in your assignments, because it's real easy to get all swallowed up in your assignment. And brothers, ask your wife if you're in balance when you got your assignment. When you're like this, she'll tell you, right? Hey, you spend not enough time with your family. You need to get balanced to make sure that we're doing that. So it's important to maintain this spiritual balance. Most Christians lose their balance because they fail to apply what they know the dangers are when they don't observe the dangers. Some of the dangers could be materialism. Some of the dangers could be self-righteousness, thinking, hey, I'm in this special assignment from Jehovah. We're nothing. We're just the tools that Jehovah is using to get the building work done. Yes, our ministry, it feels different now, doesn't it? Because we're still saving lives, but we're kind of saving them in a little bit different way. But we still have to maintain our balance. Look at Proverbs chapter 3. Just go back one chapter. And we're familiar with these verses, but it helps emphasize the importance of balance. Verse 5, trust in Jehovah with all your heart, and do not rely on your own understanding. In all your ways take notice of him, and he will make your paths straight. So you see, it's not on our own abilities. It's only in how we trust in Jehovah. See, this priceless balancing is something for all of us to do. And then when you stop and look around, we have our brothers and sisters, our LDC family, our VSG family, right? That helps us too to stay in balance as we observe one another. and as we work together. So it's important that we humbly maintain this balance. And so there's different things that we can do. So if we think about it, stay spiritually healthy, cultivate that wisdom, understand self-control, avoiding the dangerous spiritual terrains, knowing your own weaknesses and working on them, not slacking off in the field ministry, keeping our forward momentum. All of these things will help us, and especially if we humbly accept the counsel from Jehovah's organization. So even though it feels difficult to maintain this good spiritual balance, we cannot quit trying. We have to keep on keeping on, so to speak. So when you look at Jehovah and the superb qualities that he has, his qualities are in perfect balance. So we want to imitate him. We're going to have an interview here, and in this interview we're going to interview Brother Ray Martinez. And Brother Martinez is, don't click your fingers on him because I think he's going to click on a different part, right? Okay. So, but Brother Martinez is a fine brother that's a part of our VSG group. And let me just ask you, Brother Martinez, what are your current responsibilities, your current congregation responsibilities?
John, can we do something before we start this interview?
Sure.
You look to be a little unbalanced. Hold on. So move back a little bit.
I knew something was off.
Now you know something about me. I get distracted very easily. All morning I've been looking at the
Okay. That's all right. Isn't that great? He helped me be balanced. If you see something, say something. And then do something. He did it. All right, good. So congregation responsibilities. Tell us, what do you do in the congregation?
Well, right now I'm serving as the coordinator for the body of elders and regular pioneer.
Okay, so is that kind of demanding sometimes?
Well,
Did you just change congregations if I remember?
I wish my wife would be standing next to me and can help me with this answer. It is very demanding. This assignment came recently. It's only been like 5 months.
Yeah.
When we got to the congregation as pioneers, the average in age for the pioneers were 73 years of age. The average age in the body of elders was 72. So in 5 months, I think I've done 15 shepherding calls, not counting the ones I do with my wife just to encourage the friends.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very, very demanding.
Yes. And I think you've been having a lot of deaths in the congregation too, if I remember.
Yes. And there's one of the brothers that we just recently moved from the congregation from, that he's on his last days.
Yeah, so we appreciate your sacrifice and being willing to serve, and it's in the Spanish congregation.
That is true. It's Spanish.
Very good. So you mentioned you're in the full-time service. Your wife in the full-time service also?
Yes, she has been a pioneer, correct me, for almost 20 years, and I'm on my 10th year right now.
Great. Now, you also told me you volunteer at PCF. Oh, another acronym. What's PCF?
That's the Palm Coast facility.
Okay. What do you do there?
What do I do there? Well, currently, I'm the assistant to the HB overseer in the maintenance department. That's Tuesdays. On graduation days, I'm also part of the AV team, mostly for Spanish, but I also assist with the English team. And there's 12 couples in Palm Coast that have the assignment of doing the maintenance duty weekend. You check in on Friday, and you leave on Monday morning. So you get a room. You get to be part of the Palm Coast family for a weekend. Just not just to enjoy the friends in there. Sometimes I ask my oversight, is there someone in Bethel that starts working at 7 o'clock in the morning and it's 11 o'clock at night who's still working? So yes, the people are on call. That's why you're here. You're on call. So that's what we do at Palm Coast.
That's a lot. Okay. All right. So on top of that, you also have an assignment with our VSG volunteer support group. Yeah. What do you do for that assignment?
Let me choose my word correctly. I help maintain the level of teaching in all the classes, and also I help the team with providing a system when it comes to interviews for the new members that are getting into the team.
So do they have an acronym for your assignment?
I would not put one on that. Go ahead and say it.
My wife keeps calling him the traveling circuit overseer for LDC. That's the way you are, an overseer, and you do travel. But he is a wonderful brother. If you don't know him, get to know him as he visits, and he keeps all of us trainers straight. We appreciate that too. So, in your travels in this assignment, where all do you go?
Well, we try to cover all Zone 4. So we've been to a couple islands, but mainly we travel throughout the whole Zone 4, the main island, and we go all the way from Miami and all the way to your hometown in Tallahassee.
Well, yeah, so he's a traveling man, isn't he? How do you keep your balance, Brother Martinez? I mean, what do you do to keep your study going and your ministry? What's the solution?
Is this a question about the two things that I would do?
No, not yet.
Not yet? Well, we try to set priorities. We try to see what needs to be done, and it's like we take one tree at a time. It's like you go to the forest and they give you an assignment to knock down 300 trees. I always looked at one tree at a time. If I don't do that, I don't think I could do this job.
So you don't let anxieties overwhelm you.
Well, I do suffer from anxieties, even though I say I don't. Last night I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning, then at 4 o'clock in the morning, I went to bed like almost at midnight. So yeah, try not to let that interrupt my work.
Yeah, well, we appreciate your efforts. So 2 things that you do to maintain this spiritual balance.
One of the things that I learned is to don't depend on your memory. Use calendars for everything. But not only that, I learned how to sync my calendars. So I use phones, tablets. If there's one calendar that needs to be synced with my calendars. It's the social calendar for my wife. So if I learn something, it's like every time I say I'm going to say yes to an assignment or something, I need to check what do we got going for December. And then I plugged in all that in my calendar. Okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And that's how we try to maintain some type of balance. So, syncing calendars. The other thing is trying to be modest and be honest with myself. And this reminds me of Psalm 100 verse 2, where it says, serve Jehovah with rejoicing. And sometimes, like Brother Cole was mentioning in his talk, that could be a challenge. Sometimes I lose my joy. And I have the beautiful privilege of having a wife that tells me, I think you're losing your joy. So I pray to Jehovah that when that happens, through her or through him, to help me realize that the moment that we lose joy, it could affect our spirituality. So retract, say no to something, take something off the calendar, and find that joy again in the service.
Very good. Well, thank you, Brother Martinez. What did we really learn from the symposium here? Well, Brother Skiba really helped us to understand the power of prayer. He helped us see how Jehovah is actively involved, how he gives us Holy Spirit when we ask for it. This will help us in our assignments and to maintain balance. Brother Colbar has helped us to see the importance of buying out time for personal study. He mentioned 1 Timothy 4:15, by pondering over these things gives us gas. Gives us fuel to keep going. Right? We didn't use gas in this car. Brother Reynolds helped us, though, to see the importance of a full share in the ministry. And, that's important. He used Noah as that example. What a great example Noah was as a preacher of righteousness. And we know that maintaining balance in our assignments is important. So, maybe this all helps us remember the words of Psalm 133:1. Remember how it says there, look with exclamation point. How good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in balanced unity. Brother.
Thank you, brothers, for that wonderful, wonderful symposium. Thank you, Brother Martinez. Me and my wife, we were worried. I kept telling her, that's part of the act. It's a balancing act on this. Now, our theme is Philippians 2 and 3. With humility, consider others superior to you. We're going to listen now to a part by Raphael Nevis. He's going to talk to us on this subject, maintaining humility in all we do.
Took me by surprise when I heard that this morning. What's going on? Okay, let's start with that then. A little bit about myself. Rafael Nieves, my wife Miriam. We live in Kissimmee. We serve in Lakefront Spanish as pioneers. My current assignment, I'm a safety coordinator in Spanish, as you can tell. My hobbies, well, I really don't have hobbies right now, but when I could, I play sports or play music. Something that you don't know about me is that I prefer to say all this in Spanish. I'm going to do it in English. Okay. So how can we maintain humility in all we do? Well, we want to look into the Bible. There's examples in the Bible that Jehovah intentionally wanted us to read about and learn. And one example is the congregation of the Corinthians. They have fallen in a bad habit of losing their humility and actually being too prideful. And how did Jehovah help this congregation? Well, let's go to the Bible and let's see how Jehovah, through the Apostle Paul, gave counsel. If you can follow me in your Bibles, first to the Corinthians chapter 4, and let's read there verse 6. And it mentions, now brothers, these things I have applied to myself and Apollos for your good, that through us you may learn the rule. Do not go beyond things that are written. And let's just leave it there for now. You notice the instruction of the council, don't go beyond things that are written. And we know that specifically what Paul was talking about was God's word. We know that. We don't want to go beyond what Jehovah has written. But as a Bible principle, in our assignments, part of Jehovah's organization, we receive instructions in writing. There's a protocol of how to go about our assignments. So this is a really good counsel so that we can maintain humility. Why? Because it continues to say, the verse 6 says, so that you may not be puffed up with pride. And how would that connection come? Well, when we go beyond what is written, then we're actually coming up with something that's in our own mind or someone else, instead of going what is written, either through Jehovah's word or through instructions or directives that we receive through LDC. So how can we avoid going beyond what is written? Go to what is written. Go back to what the instructions are. Because we forget. And even if we've read the instructions over and over, and we find ourselves that we need to apply this instruction, we might think that we remember it, and it's all twisted up there. It doesn't flow the way it's written. Have you found yourself going back and going, ooh, I'm glad I read it? Because that's not how I remember it. So, but that takes humility. It doesn't mean that you don't know, or we don't know what we're doing. I gotta keep asking or going back to the instructions. No, it shows that we are humble, that we want to follow We want to follow actually what Jehovah is telling us to do in our assignment. And that's one way that we can maintain humility. Another way is we have to be careful with feeling pride. It's good to feel good when you did something well. You feel happy and your team feels good. But we have to be careful with that pride because it could escalate. You could feel good about an assignment and then it could actually get out of control and you start feeling, man, I'm always doing things right. Wow. And then you start thinking, I think I'm the only one who knows how to do things right. And it might go into another one. I don't think nobody else knows what they're doing. They need me. So it can get out of hand. So it's good to feel satisfied, happy with what we do, but we want to put brakes on that because it's nothing that we do. It really came from us. It's from Jehovah. Also, something that we want to keep in mind that will help us maintain humility is to have a willing spirit or attitude, positive attitude towards change. Because as we've been saying all morning, and we all know, there's change after change after change. And you might ask, why are we changing the way we did this? I just learned it this morning. Well, as Jehovah's people, we always strive to do the best. And we're always trying to do better. And that's always something that through the branch down, that's the way it is. We always try to find a way to do something better for the glory of Jehovah and for helping our friends. Another thing that's going to help us to maintain humility is how we see others. And this can be a challenge because we're all different. We're all different. Different ages, different backgrounds, different cultures. We're all different. We're all here for the same purpose, but we're not exactly the same. And sometimes that could be a challenge. Well, Jehovah has taught us to consider others superior to us. Well, that's easier said than done, but maybe this might help. We want to consider that we need one another. That I need you, I need you, I need you, I need all of you. And then you need me, we need each other. And then that will make the link to considering others superior. I'm going to give you this little illustration. Once upon a time, there was this beautiful flower. Beautiful. And the flower knew that it was beautiful. So it was always showing off. Beautiful. But next to the flower, there was this really healthy frog. Ugly frog. Right there. Very healthy. But the flower did not like that frog to be near the flower. Because the flower is gorgeous, beautiful. Frog. So it kept telling the frog, get away. I don't need you here. Get away. Get away. I don't need you here. Get out of here. So the frog eventually left. And some time had passed, and a fellow frog saw the frog that left and said, hey, how come you're not with the flower? You don't look so good. You lost a lot of weight. What's going on? You look sick. And the frog says, well, the flower doesn't need me anymore. Told me to leave. No. Yeah, the flower doesn't want me. Come here. The fellow frog says, come here. Let's go look at the flower. So when they get near the flower is almost dying, lost many of his leaves, full of insects. All the flowers is very bad. So you know what happened, right? The fellow frog said, go, save your friend the flower. So he came back, he got healthy again. He started eating everything that was eating up the flower, and the flower survived. So, you know the lesson. We need each other. Many of you are beautiful flowers. Yes. Some may be flowers. But we need each other. We need each other. So that's going to help us consider others superior to us. You might be superior in certain things that you do, but others may be superior in things that you will never get to handle the way they do. So we really need each other. And this is another way that we can maintain humility. We would like to interview at this moment Brother Leo Grant. We would like to know a little bit about his assignment himself and how has he maintained humility in everything he does. My dear Brother Grant, can you tell us a little bit, and I know probably later, but anyways, what types of assignments have you had the privilege to participate with our family?
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I was actually recruited in by Brother Blair a couple years ago, and went to Spitfo and became an assistant after I became a trainer. Became an assistant to Jeff Reagan and for Region 5. So done that for a couple years, really tried to work hard at it, and then I started taking on some additional things, helping Travis with a few initiatives such as coordinating CPR and now assisting with the items.
Very good. I'm sure Jeff Reagan is not too happy about
Not at all.
Started something here.
I hope the dog sees the flower.
So, my brother Grant, what has helped you maintain humility in all these changes and throughout all these assignments?
Well, a scripture that really strikes and sticks close with me is the 138th Psalm, verse 6. Jehovah, he knows intimately those who are humble, but he only knows the haughty ones from a distance. And I always cherish my relationship with Jehovah. I never wanted him to know me from a distance, meaning I couldn't have intimacy with him if I'm haughty. I carry myself in a position that is elevated to others. So I try to keep that in check. I also try to recognize the talents in others, such as in the congregation level. I'm probably in the middle as far as age is concerned, but we have younger brothers who are elders. One in particular who's 20 years my junior. This brother has excellent ideas. Things were able to be moved because of things that he was able to implement. So, recognizing the talents in others, like you said, we need others. We need their thoughts, their expressions, their spirituality, and it's infectious upon us. So keeping those things in check, and then also making sure that I check in with Jehovah. When I have to make decisions, major decisions, even some minor decisions, I check in with Jehovah, because I don't know it all, and I know for a fact that when I do things my own way, I always fall on my face.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much, brother. Of a Bible character that could help us maintain humility in our assignment? Think for a second. What Bible character would you identify with that could help you, help all of us maintain humility? Well, Jesus Christ, out of all the other Bible characters, fine examples, Jesus Christ is the finest example of humility. From leaving the heavens as a powerful creature to becoming an infant that had to be fed, cleaned, taken care of, then dealing as he's growing with imperfect parents, and everybody's imperfect, and they don't even have a 16 of intelligence or wisdom like he does. I mean, it was such a huge assignment for Jesus, no doubt. He has displayed humility. But let's go through some points of how Jesus, in many ways, maintained his humility and we can learn from. If we go to the book of John, I ask you to please open your Bibles and go to the book of John, chapter 5. And these words from Jesus, he mentioned this quite often. And there's so much that we want to take from this. John chapter 5, verse 19, Jesus said, "Therefore, in response, Jesus said to them, 'Most truly I say to you, the Son cannot do a single thing out of his own initiative, but only what he sees the Father doing.'" So what do we learn from these words from Jesus? That although perfect, wisdom, knowledge, authority from Jehovah, he didn't take it upon himself to, okay, let me do this. I know what to do here. He always consults with his Father. So we want to do the same. And we're doing that. But these are just fine reminders that we want to continue to maintain this kind of example, this kind of humility. We want to always look for guidance. Another aspect that Jesus maintained humility, he refused to accept titles that were not due to him. Remember when a ruler, after listening to Jesus teach, a ruler said, "You're a good teacher." And Jesus replied, "Why are you calling me good? There's only one that's good, God." Why did Jesus reply that way? Well, if you look in the book of Luke, chapter 17, there is a context there, and it actually gives us more why Jesus responded that way. When he's teaching his disciples to serve Jehovah, he says, we are slaves that serve Jehovah. And we have to be careful. He was teaching them to be careful of feeling puffed up over achievements in Jehovah's service. Jesus was serving Jehovah as a teacher. Now someone is calling him, "You're good." And he wanted to be careful not to feel that pride, that it's not proper. The glory only goes to Jehovah. So this is another way that we can maintain humility. So another way that Jesus gives us a fine example is that having all that wisdom, all that knowledge, authority, perfect, in the way he did his dealings with his disciples, the way he taught them, the way he talked to them. He considered their limitations. He used, we could say, delicacy in his words and his techniques to teach them. He looked for ways to get to their hearts and draw them to Jehovah. He also didn't give them too much to do or too much knowledge at once. Everything he did in a loving and patient way. And that came from a perfect man. But all of us are imperfect. So we have to continue to fight with the tendency of not following that example. We want to follow Jesus' example in the way we treat others, we communicate to others, in the way that we share with others what we have learned, especially when we're doing these modules and these classes and the practicals, and the way we work with one another as well. So Jesus is the finest example that no doubt we would like to consider and continue to imitate. I would like to end this theme of the humility adding two more benefits by maintaining humility. One is that if we continue to maintain and cultivate and maintain humility, Jehovah will continue to use you, will continue to assign you, will continue to look for you as a tool in Jehovah's hands for his purposes. Second, and this is one you really don't like, you'll get along way better with everyone else. You'll be in peace with your brothers and you will enjoy your assignment.
So, how's everybody doing so far? Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 10:25 and we'll continue our discussion this morning. 10 minutes, 10:25.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm supposed to make an announcement to those that are online that we need you to get the counts and to send it by way of Casey. Casey, I guess they have your number or whatever, and give us the count plus your location. I guess we'll get that tabulated and get to see how many people actually got to see the program today. Well, most of us are here. Let's go ahead and get our program started. Now we enter into a very interesting topic. And Brother David Bryant's going to talk to us now about honor our dear sisters.
I'm not going to give you the chance to snap your finger. My name is David. My wife is Felicia. And we're from Miami, Florida. And I presently coordinate safety training in the southern part of Florida for Region 11. And as with most appointed men, we have congregation responsibilities. And when we're not with the congregation and we're not serving the interest of VSG, we serve in the substitute circuit work. So, just as all of you are, we're really, really, really busy. But again, it's a joy to be in the service of the King. But hobbies. Well, I used to have a lot of time. I actually like to delve into computer graphics, character animation. That's a hobby. And together, my wife and I, we love to fly kites. So we get together and do that. And something you might not know about me, I'm the oldest of 9. Right. How did you do it? And I'm a grandfather. So now there. So now let's talk about our sisters. Let's talk about our sisters. The theme that we're going to build upon, the theme that we're going to develop is honoring our dear sisters. Now, in Koine, that's how you say it, Koine Greek, the language that the Christian Greek scriptures were penned in, the word honor is time. Time. And that word has a beautiful connotation. It means to be esteemed, valued. It means weighty, heavy, worthy of consideration, precious, valuable. So already we can see that we want to hold our sisters with time, honor. We want to view them as precious, valuable, esteemed. Especially the sisters that slave with their husbands in kingdom service. Now, even though Jehovah and Jesus merit the greatest honor, and that's scriptural. Revelation chapter 7, verse 10 and 11, the Apostle Paul, by way of vision, is transported thousands of years into the future after Armageddon. And in Revelation chapter 7, he peels the heavens back so that we can get a glimpse of what happens in vision. And there at Revelation 7, verse 10, the 24 elders, all the anointed are there in their heavenly positions. In this scene, they cast their crowns down before Jehovah. And they say, you are worthy of the honor. Honor from who? Honor from us. You are worthy of the power. Power from whom? The anointed say, our power. Everything we have. Because of your will, everything we are is because of you. So Jehovah and Jesus, that relationship, it merits the highest time or honor. But there are human relationships that call for time or honor. Let's look at 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse number 7. 1 Peter 3.
And here, the Apostle Peter writes under inspiration, using a new Bible, so bear with me. 1 Peter 3 and verse number 7. You husbands, in the same way, continue dwelling with them, your wives, according to knowledge, according to what you know about them, assigning them honor, time, as to a weaker vessel, the feminine one. So what was Peter expressing here? We ought to. They're not weak because of inferior mind or inferior intellect or presence. It's because of their physical makeup. And it says here, assigning them honor as a weaker vessel. Let's illustrate the point. Let's say you have a styrofoam cup, empty styrofoam cup. You don't care if it falls to the ground. You care basically what happens to it. But what if you have this beautiful Mikasa vase, crystal, paid a lot of money for it. What do? You put it on the shelf. And you say, look, there it is. And anytime someone comes close to it, you go, You see, this is what this verse helps us to understand. We treat our wives with honor. We treat them the way Jehovah says they should be treated. Why? As we finish the verse, it says, since they are also heirs with you of the undeserved favor of life. He was back then, he was telling the congregation, you don't treat your wives inferior because they're going to be ruling with you as kings and priests. So today, many of us probably about the great crowd, no, you don't treat your wife inferior because she's going to get everlasting life with you. She's equal partner in this deal. So we want to, as husbands, especially those who work so hard for theocratic, we want to treat our wives with honor. With honor. Our dear sisters are not inferior creatures. So we have to treat them with honor. Time. Let's look at why we should treat our wives with honor in connection with the assignments with their husbands. Let's turn to Proverbs chapter 31. Proverbs 31. Now, this was some motherly advice given to King Lemuel. Now, some scholars believe that Lemuel alluded to Solomon. And if that's the case, this were the words of Bathsheba. Some scholars believe that Lemuel was Hezekiah. Well, possibly that was his mother's. But either way, this is motherly advice to a king. Proverbs chapter 31. Starting with verse number 10. Who can find a capable wife? Her value is far more than that of corals. Now, this is a woman expressing her thoughts to a man. Her husband trusts her from his heart, and he lacks nothing about you. And that definitely describes you sisters. Now, if we move on to verse number 12, she rewards him with good and not bad all the days of her life. And if we move to verse number 17, she prepares herself for hard work and she strengthens her hands. Verse 23, her husband is well known in the city gates where he sits amongst the elders of the land. And that's important because our wives qualify us to serve. There will be no us if it wasn't for them. I've sat in many elders meetings. Yeah, the brother's a fine brother. Well, how's his wife? Oh. So there will be no us without them. And because of their fine behavior and reputation, we have a fine reputation. You see. And then if we go to verse 25, she is clothed with strength and splendor, and she looks to the future with confidence. How many of us brothers have ever given out of gas in regards to an assignment, and our sister and our wife said, "Come on, we can do it." She looks to the future with confidence. That describes you sisters who are working along with us. In verse number 26, she opens her mouth in wisdom. How many of you men, you husbands, have listened to your wife and they had a better idea than you had? No? She opens her mouth with wisdom. The law of kindness is on her tongue. In verse 30, it says, "Charm may be false and beauty may be fleeting, but the woman who fears Jehovah will be praised. Give her the reward for what she does, and let her works praise her in the city gates." That's you sisters. That's you sisters. And Jehovah says that we should treat you with timeh, honor, precious, valuable. And that you are. That you are. But now, what we're going to do is we're going to interview two sisters. And, well, before we do that, wouldn't you like to show the sisters how you feel? Interview two sisters who work hard along with their husbands. So we have Sherry Lewis and Sister Laura Pantores. Now, we're going to interview Sherry first. Her husband is Reggie Lewis, a safety trainer. So, what does putting on a program involve as far as the teaching modules?
Well, first, to prepare myself, I have to prepare my heart. And I do that because this program and the many others that we participated in are so important to Jehovah. It's his arrangement, so I have to get my mind and my heart right. In addition to that, I pray for my husband. I have to consider what part on the program he has. And I know sometimes he's nervous. He's working hard the few nights before. So I pray to Jehovah to give him a calm heart, help him know his material. In addition to that, I need to know what part of the program he plays, so I know what equipment he needs, what forms I need to have, all my stuff I need to gather together. So all of that is a part of me preparing for whatever program or class we may be participating in.
And what are some of the challenges that you found in serving in the capacity with your husband as safety trainer?
For me, because secularly I work part-time, I'm an independent contractor, so managing my time off for work. If we have a class that we're participating in, I have to make sure someone is covering for me, and those individuals have to be compensated because I'm away. So trying to balance that out. My husband is really good if a class is coming up to make sure my schedule is free. And if not, sometimes when I'm coming to class, I'm coming straight from work. So I have to make sure I get plenty of rest that week or the night before so I'm alert for the class.
Yes. But now, what are the blessings that you've experienced in working along with your husband?
Oh my. The students give me so much joy because when they see the skill sets that they acquire, they are overjoyed. They recognize how important this is to Jehovah. So they're so happy. And they let the sisters know how appreciative they are in us supporting in that role. And then again, I'm so happy because Jehovah's heart is rejoicing because we're able to participate in these assignments.
Yes, and I'm quite sure Reggie expresses his thanks as well.
He does, and if not, I'll remind him. To say to the sisters. Thank
you. Laura Panturis. Laura. No. Okay. So now, when you serve with your husband and putting on events, what does that entail as regards your life?
Well, from a very specific standpoint in getting ready for the training, first and foremost, just like Sherry said, you pray for you and your husband, and for the training as a whole. And then also I consult that training support handbook. It has really been a lifesaver in knowing kind of like a checklist on what to do to prepare. And then it's printing out the questionnaires, the tests that pertain to the trainings, assisting with the agenda if my husband's the chairman for the day, and then preparing with all of the supplies, the cotton balls and the alcohol for the respiratory training practical, Sharpies and pens and clipboards. You want to make sure that you have everything that you need for everybody to make it a nice, smooth training for everyone.
Yes, and so now, what are some of the challenges you've found in certain?
On the day of, some of the challenges that I have found, it's mainly more to do with logistics, making sure each attendee is checked in, that they have their questionnaire for respiratory training signed by physician if it needs to be signed, and then, guiding them to a brother if there's a discussion that needs to happen at that point, making sure that all of the attendees can understand the training in English and take the test in English if need be. And then also the practicals can be a little bit challenging, making sure that everyone feels comfortable tying a knot in the rope for fall protection, making sure their harness is on correctly, and you have 20 to 30 individuals that you're making sure that that's happening. And then also with respiratory training, making sure everyone is fit tested properly and organized in a fashion to lessen confusion for the day.
Yes, that's a lot. But now, what blessings have you experienced?
So many blessings. First and foremost, as a couple, it has strengthened our partnership to see each other serving Jehovah in a different capacity, really supporting and encouraging one another. And then the dear friends that Sherry had mentioned. I can't tell you, I think every time we've had breakfast served to us, we've had lunch served to us. We even had one congregation where the sisters wore white shirts, button-down shirts with black skirts. They had tablecloths on the tables for lunch, little vases with flowers in it. And they were there before we got there for the training, and they were there once we left for the training, or left the training. So that, it's just such a blessing. And then a personal note, you see that Jehovah continues to mold you. So with the program being about humility, that's something oftentimes we want to do things on our own because we feel like we can do it. And I've learned a lesson personally in humility to let others have their part, and then everybody benefits. And we have less stress.
But you, sister, set a beautiful example, and all we can say is Jehovah's going to bless you. Thank you. Thank you. What can we say? What can we say? Our dear sisters are a blessing to us, a beautiful blessing to us. As we look at Ruth chapter 2, it's a beautiful, Ruth sets a beautiful example for sisters. At Ruth chapter number 2, look at this new Bible. Okay, well, I'll just do it this way. At Ruth chapter 2, Boaz says, because he notices her fine reputation. And he tells her, he says, Ruth, you don't have to go over there with the other slaves and the ones that are being, come over here. And glean over here. Because I've heard all that you did regarding your mother-in-law and an excellent example you set. It was because of her example, Boaz was really impressed with her. He was really impressed with her. And in verse 12, he says, may Jehovah grant you a perfect wage because you've come to abide under his wings. You sisters, you set a wonderful example. May Jehovah grant you a perfect wage because you've come to abide under his wings and work hard alongside your husband to further his interest. Jehovah sees you, and we as men see you, me as husbands see you as deserving of honor. Continue to set a wonderful example you set. You're valuable. We couldn't do it without you. So, again, we love you, we care for you, onward and up.
Thank you, Brother Brian. And thank you, sisters, for that encouraging. And we're continuing on our discussion with Brother Leo Grant. He's going to discuss with us, do you have the spirit of Sarah in your assignment, Brother Grant?
Thank you. Okay, so what about me? Well, Leo Grant from Jacksonville, right here in Florida, northeastern Florida, married to my beautiful wife, Quanta. We celebrated 25 years this year. Quanta, anybody familiar with the show Quantum Leap? That's how you'll remember her name, Quanta. 25 years this year, two beautiful daughters, 21 and 18, a senior getting out of high school this coming year. So ready. She's last, aren't you going to cry? No way. No. But serving as an elder there in the Riverside congregation in Jacksonville. Hobbies. Wow. So from a young boy, I like to draw. And I work hard to try to hone that. I don't have a lot of time to devote to it as of late, but I like to do that. And I also like to do things. I met a young brother who likes to fly things in the air, and I like to do that too. So I've recently taken up a drone hobby, flying, and I like staying active. I like sports. Don't have a lot of time to do that now. It seems like as the older I get, things don't work right, and I'm perfect for no reason at all. I try to get out. I used to jump out of the bed, now I roll out, sit on the side for a few minutes. I eventually get out, and maybe something you don't know about me, and this is not being braggadocious at all. And if you ask my wife, she'll say it's not a good idea. She'll say it's not a good idea, and don't ask me to do it because I won't. But I can do a backflip. If you want to see that, you just wait till the new world. Well, let's get into our material. Do you have the spirit of Sarah in your assignment? It's a question. And typically, when we talk in terms of characters in the Bible, we will relate them to all of us. Broadly, whether we're talking about a male, in principle, we're talking about the woman too. If we're talking about a woman or a female, in principle, we're talking about the male too, because they're all principal things that Jehovah wants us to cultivate within ourselves, right? So do you have the spirit of Sarah in your assignment? We may be talking to our sisters, but we're talking to us all. Very wonderful qualities in this woman that we should cultivate. And I want to ask you a question. Maybe someone in the audience knows. Do you know what the name Sarah means? Anyone? Okay, we gotta take her. Speak it out loud.
Princess.
Princess. Princess. The number 3 Watchtower 2017 has an article. Imitate Their Faith. He called her princess. And it wasn't her husband who called her that. It was her God, Jehovah, who gave her that name. What a special privilege that had to be. And we're going to talk about really why Jehovah called her that, and then ultimately how can we cultivate that? How can we come to be known or recognized by our God Jehovah as princess? Well, not for you brothers, right? The sisters, princess, brothers will be recognized as something else. What do we know about her? She was pleasing to Jehovah. She had to be. She had to be. Her comeliness, her outstanding faith, submissiveness. Other things we know about Sarah, she was the wife of Abraham. Faithful man. And he loved his God Jehovah. In fact, he came to be called God's what? Friend, right? Very special relationship. And this is the same man with whom Jehovah made an everlasting covenant. By means of your seed, all the nations of the earth will be blessed. And so far so good. Well, what does this really mean for Sarah? What did she have to do with all of this? Well, she had a keen interest in what Jehovah had to say, in his laws and his regulations and his creatorship, his godship. She loved him. But now this special thing had to do with her husband, by means of your seed. Now, Sarah could have been thinking, well, I don't even have a child. She was about 65 when Jehovah gave Abraham these words. I don't even have a child. So how is this going to be? Well, note the interest that was given there. Let's go to Genesis chapter 12, verse 2. And here's the decree that Jehovah gave, the promise that he gave Abraham. And we want to get into her mind and her thoughts. He says, I will make you a great nation. I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will become a blessing. So here's the promise. And then if you flip over a page to chapter 13 and scroll to verse 18, and you'll see that it says there, so Abram continued to live in tents. Later, he came and dwelt among the big trees of Mamre, which are in Hebron, and there he built an altar to Jehovah. So he became a tent dweller. So Sarah's probably thinking, boy, you're going to use us to make a great nation, but you want us to live in tents. How is this going to be? And now I'm past childbearing years. Well, here are where some very specific qualities came in to play for Sarah. Things that our dear sisters, you want to cultivate, brothers, we want to cultivate these qualities. Faith, submissiveness, and comeliness. Comeliness, what does that mean? We're going to talk about it. Well, faith. Here's where faith was required. They lived in the prosperous city of Ur, right? I mean, they had everything. Running water, a plumbing system. She could go get her nails done at the shop 2 doors down, right? The marketplace. Everything was right there at her disposal. They had things. They had stuff. But Jehovah commissioned them. Leave this stuff behind. Tents is where you'll dwell until I show you the land in which you will occupy. And think of this too. This is where her home was. All her friends, all her family, the people who she enjoyed being with, she wouldn't be with them. Not in those close quarters anymore. Would that require faith for you? Jehovah said, I'm going to make you a great nation, but you're going to live in tents without all these creature comforts. How would we feel It can be hard sometimes. Once our air conditioner broke in the Kingdom Hall and we were about to die in that place, right? We like creature comforts, Think if you had to do without your lavatory for a day or two or a week, how would you feel? This was going to be her life. See, it required tremendous faith. But you know what? Sarah was willing to comply. She was willing to obey. And you know how candid the Bible is? It tells the good, the bad, and the ugly, doesn't it? Not once in there did you see about that situation where Sarah complained. No, she was willing and she supported Abraham and what Jehovah directed him to do. She could have said, well, that's not my job. That's not what No, this is what Jehovah told her husband to do. She supported it in faith. Why? Because she knew her God. She knew him. Even when things didn't always go her way, for a time she was a barren woman, no child, 30s, 40s, 50s, no children, 60s, now she's past childbearing years, no children. Ages upwards of these is virtually impossible. And this, particularly trying to or vying for the culture in which she lived, a period of time in which women prided themselves on having children, you can imagine the emotions and the apprehension and pause that she may have had. But she acted in faith. She stayed true to her God and to her husband. Wonderful, splendid example. Now, another quality she exhibited was submission or submissiveness. And she's well aware of the promise that Jehovah made to her husband. And she supported his headship and his decision, even if it meant foregoing the comforts that she had. But there was something else about her submissiveness that really struck me as I researched Sarah. And we're going to delve into her comeliness, but I'm going to mention it in this part. This woman was quite stunning, to the point or to the tune that others desired her. But she wanted no parts of it. Her heart was with her husband. And she submitted to her husband. Even at the prospect of having a better life somewhere else, under someone else's roof, she stayed loyal to her husband. And being loyal to her husband meant loyalty to Jehovah, right? And we know Jehovah was pleased with her for this, because of what was recorded about her in Hebrews chapter 11. So if you flip over there, Hebrews chapter 11, and notice what was written under inspiration about Sarah. It says there, by faith, also Sarah received power to conceive offspring, even when past the age, since she considered him faithful who made the promise. Since she considered him faithful who made the promise. So Jehovah, he recognized her and he blessed her. But really noteworthy, many years, centuries after her death, Jehovah had very precious words wrote about Princess. She had to have touched Jehovah's heart. And we can do the same. But she was no pushover. Sarah was not a pushover. When there was something she didn't like, she voiced it. Such as when Hagar became pregnant ahead of her, and she began to despise Sarah, and Sarah wanted to send her away, but she approached Abraham with it first. She took it to her headship, and it was dealt with. And then when her knucklehead Ishmael's son wanted to jab at Isaac, you see, Abraham was told to listen to his wife. She had something to say, and it was of value. So she was not a pushover by any means. Sisters, you're not pushovers. If you have something to say it. And we appreciate that. Now we're going to talk about her comeliness, her beauty, and we mentioned how stunning she was. At 67 6 years old, the princess of Pharaoh balked at her beauty. At 90 years old, Abimelech took her. 66 and 90, and men are still chasing this woman. Wow. And these are men who can have any woman they want, right? But it's not that physical beauty that Jehovah was referring to, her comeliness. It's what's described, and we'll piggyback on our last talk, Proverbs 31:30. You see, that proverbial woman. You see, she procures praise for herself from Jehovah. And a complementary scripture to that is 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 4. If you turn there, 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 4. And this is really what she had there. It says, but let it be the secret person of the heart and the incorruptible adornment of the quiet and mild spirit, which is of great value in the eyes of Jehovah. That secret person, she cultivated godly qualities. She cared about what Jehovah thought. And you know what Jehovah said? It's an incorruptible apparel that she wears. Or the woman like Sarah, or the man who imitates this fine woman wears. It's an incorruptible apparel. It cannot be diminished. It cannot be destroyed unless we allow it to be. But Jehovah's underscoring how precious it is. We can do that. You know, together they built a very fine foundation, a strong relationship with each other, good communication, a willingness to work through challenges together, all to the praise and honor of Jehovah. This was Sarah. And we have examples like Sarah among us, among you. We want to interview one of them. That'll be Sister Grace Berlin. Come on up, Grace. Let's talk to you for a little bit. So, Grace, thinking about Sarah, tell us a little bit about the assignments you and dear buddy Abel have had the privilege to enjoy.
Well, Leo, from the very first moment that we started dating, Abel and I have always been involved in what was back then the RBC. So we helped out with what was disaster relief and Kingdom Hall Build. Also, when LBC started, we started doing the paper side of things where we were doing land surveying. And then afterwards, Abel was invited to do scaffold training, and I got invited to do staffing. And we got the privilege to work alongside James and Charlene to be able to do the scaffold training. Then we were invited to Puerto Rico for the Spanish Spitfire disaster relief training. And that's where we kind of took off with the full start with the safety training. And to be honest, we asked ourselves, what are you even doing here? Jehovah, do you really want to use this for us?
Well, it's come with a lot of changes for sure. I'm sure. And a lot of times these roles and responsibilities funnel to the husband first before they come to you. What have been any challenges that you've encountered?
Well, when we scaffolding took off with the mainland and the island, and then we were happy and comfortable, but Jehovah has a way of doing his things, and he put us into a different assignment. And we were asked to take lead in the Spanish safety training. And Leo, at that moment, we had butterflies in our stomach. Now they became birds, because this was something that was huge. This was actually entailing all of Zone 4, which was the mainland and the islands. So what we had to do was look for trainers, set up the events, be able to bring in volunteers. So that was something that was pretty big as well. And between Rafael and Abel, they were able to make, work tirelessly, but of course Jehovah made it happen. And then, of course, came along the privilege or opportunity to be the ugly frog. And we got to become assistants to Casey and Travis. But not too long ago, we recently are what Travis and Casey were. And so now we have really big shoes to fill.
Yeah, really big indeed. Well, in spite of the challenges, how have you been able to continue to offer support for the assignment and for your husband?
Well, it's been a lot of prayer. It's been a lot of sacrifice and a lot of hard moments.
Just to give you an example, when we were asked to go to Puerto Rico, during that time secular work was going great. When we came back, secular work wasn't doing very good. But what ended up happening was, with Jehovah's help, just like Malachi 3:10 says, put me to the test and you'll open the floodgates of the heavens. Well, he made sure that every single week we had something for our basic needs. Also, during what was that trip to Puerto Rico, we took a very, very big decision. At the moment, we had been living with our parents, and we were doing it just for temporary time, and it was just going to be able to put our, get back on our feet and become regular pioneers again. We were also paying storage at that moment of everything we had, because we had lived in a house, then we got to an apartment, and now we were living in a bedroom. But we told Jehovah that if this was the thing that he wanted us to be used on, then we were going to do it. So we decided to sell everything that we had. And we spoke to my parents and asked them to do this for the long term. And we have been with them for the past 3 years. But this sacrifice of no longer having our own place and commodity, it was all gone. Because we would have the opportunity, and this would allow us to do more for Jehovah. But I also left what was a relatively good paying job at a doctor's office. But it came to be for physical work of cleaning and handiwork, but it gave us the flexibility of time to be able to do this. But there was many times of laughing for silly things, and Leo a lot of crying when we thought we couldn't anymore. But Jehovah's hand has never been short, and he has always been there for us.
Excellent. So in short, what were the blessings?
Well, one of the blessings I have is to be able to work with Abel in all aspects. Also to be part of such a beautiful LDC family. I couldn't thank Jehovah more for that. And also the opportunity to live with our parents. It has given us, where Jehovah has compensated us to be able to do this privilege. I've gotten to see a broader aspect of our brotherhood. Something that we never imagined and had heard of others doing, traveling. So we got to do that, traveling for Jehovah as we say it. And also being part of what was something new. But as I mentioned before, Jehovah has taken care of us every single moment, and I think that's the biggest blessing of them all, that Jehovah has never been short and he's always there for us.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. You dear ones, whether you have a mate or not, just know that you fit the mold of the Sarah-like personality. Keep cultivating that. Keep exhibiting those qualities and pray to Jehovah for help. And he'll be there for you. Speak up about things. Be in submission to Jehovah and his theocratic arrangement to your headship. And it'll never work out to your detriment. What Jehovah requires of us, it always results in a blessing. Tremendous blessings. Sarah knew her God. And it drove everything that she did. And may the same be said of you.
Very, very nicely done, Brother Grant. Now, let's have discussion on acronyms. Understanding VSG's role in supporting LDC. Let's turn our attention to Brother Henley.
Thank you, Michael.
I had that same problem you have. I was watching it migrate over. Well, it's certainly a pleasure to be with all of you today, and very humbled by being here. I'm just going to talk to you. Forget my notes. When Brother Divine called me and asked me if I'd do this assignment, I kind of laughed like Sarah did. I was like, what? Are you kidding me? Because I never expected doing this in my wildest dreams. And then I realized what all the assignment involved, and if I really thought about the whole thing, I wouldn't be here in the corner sucking my thumb. Seeing all of the My name's Mike Henley.
beautiful wife, Charmin Henley, over there. And we live in a little town called Newport Richey. We call it Newport Nothing. Nobody knows where it is, but it's on the Gulf Coast. And we have 2 beautiful children. Our son is an elder in the Tampa French congregation. Our daughter's in our congregation. We have 2 beautiful grandchildren, and it's all very good. Our families, as has been brought up, much in the part is that our families qualify us. We're only able to do these assignments because of our families and our wives. So I'm very grateful to my wife. She keeps me going every day and to chase me around this zone and, well, basically all the other places I've ever been. We've been in some really, I remember one time we were in Puerto Rico and the water was so cold in her shower. She was like, I prayed and that water did not get in. So I didn't get in. I just that was mountain water in Puerto Rico. Poor thing, she's been through a lot. What are the other questions I forgot? What are your hobbies? What are my hobbies? Well, I have a boat named Field Service. If they asked me where I was at, I simply tell them I was out in Field Service. Jason and Abby had been out there on that boat with me. So we needed a matter of prayer while we were out there. It's all very good. But, being in Newport Richey, we're very close to the water in the back of my yard. This little, I don't know why we're talking about this, but anyway, I have this white post, and my wife has a little bird feeder on the top. But on there, we have these little signs of where we've been and how many miles they are to our house. And we have Warwick, which is 1,006 miles. We have that. And different places we've been, and I have a thing called, there's a sign on there that says Field Service, 6.0 miles. That's where the Marine is. So I'm sitting in my backyard, I look at that sign, ooh, Field Service, only 6 miles. But, it really, just being here with you is truly amazing. And the assignment that we have is truly a tremendous one. And but you brothers make it all possible. You make it all happen, which is really good. And you've been very good friends. And I was thinking of our Mike and Adrian Mears. They really did a lot to build this. And I think of Steve Gobb and his wife, and David Tyner, and different brothers I've worked with over the years. And I have new brothers and sisters working with us now. As you know, Mike and Adrian are up in Patterson. And it's only for a 3-month assignment. And I miss Mike very dearly. We work very close together. And but Travis has stepped up very nicely, and CD Brothers supporting him in his new role has been truly a privilege. There's a nice Bible scripture we can look at, Proverbs chapter 18, verse 16. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 16. And all of you, by your skills that you have, it's not by a roll of the dice, if you will, that you're doing your assignment. All of you have gifts. You have skills. You're very smart. You're very intelligent. You're very organized people. And you use your gifts for Jehovah. But if you look in verse 16, it says, a man's gift opens the way for him. But notice the reward. It gives him access to great people. So look around the room here. Look at who you get to be with. Great people. And wouldn't you agree that this is an amazing group of great people? See, we reflect on why we do these things. Why do we do this work? And it's such a huge assignment, caring for the needs of the friends. And the work that we're involved with here in safety is really much like the preaching work. We've called our preaching work a life-saving work, right? To all who listen, it saves lives. Well, all who listen to the training we give, safety, it saves lives. It's very similar. It's that serious. I think Brother Blair, in his comment, his part this morning, made the comment that it's one of the most important assignments. Well, it is the most important assignment. It is. The lives of our brothers and sisters come before the building every single time. So it is a life-saving service, and we're able to come together and enjoy each other's company, which is truly a beautiful thing. Now, the theme is understanding VSG's role in supporting LDC. Well, we're still trying to figure that out ourselves. So, just so you know, the VSG only exists in the U.S. branch territory. This is not in the other 3 LDCs around the world. So you could call us an experiment, if you will. And it's a struggle because the other LDC, the organizations WDC, RDC, LDC, we're one of 4 LDCs on the planet. And so since the other 3 LDCs don't have this, it's not this. We're always a work in progress. That's why there's so many changes all the time. And so maybe, who knows, I was with Brother Smith, our overseer, last week, and he made a comment about, what was it, Brazil, Tracy? Brazil has hundreds of thousands just wanting to work in LDC, and they're wanting to get involved with the VSG and get a similar arrangement like this down there. So we thought, well, maybe that'll be neat. Tracy, maybe we'll be going to Bolivia. But it's just, it's only the U.S. branch territory. And so the LDC brothers, when they're working in their assignments, they have a lot of written direction, the infamous construction flow chart. All of this is in place for them to do it, and we're peppered in there. We come in different places and do different things. But sometimes we may think and we may feel that our assignment is more work than it is sacred. Especially brothers in scaffolding. That is hard work. And the fall protection training, but I've seen some of the classes what you brothers do. It's difficult. And you're like, how is this sacred? How is this sacred? Well, the Insight book makes this comment that sacred service, or the first part of that sacred, that is always linked to Jehovah God himself personally. But it also comments on the fact, the Insight book does, that on ministry, those are always ordinary or mundane things, things that are not sacred. So when we put the word sacred in front of something we're doing, that automatically qualifies it as sacred service to Jehovah. So when we're doing scaffold training, or we're doing respiratory training, or filling out forms, or whatever we're doing, whatever our role is, it's sacred service. There's no degrees. Well, this brother, his assignment's a little weightier, so he's more sacred than I am. That's not the way it is at all. Everything we do for Jehovah is sacred service. So even though our VSG work doesn't replace the need for attending congregation meetings or engaging in the ministry, it's no less sacred than those activities. And think of how Jehovah cherishes the work. And so think of experiences you've had where you saw someone benefit from what you said or did. Perhaps a Kingdom Hall project, or perhaps a shepherding call you were making. You were able to share a point or a thought. So, I have a little file at home that I've always kept ever since I was in my 20s. And every time I saw a newspaper article about Jehovah's Witnesses and the door-to-door work, or like this one family, they were in the process of committing suicide by parking their car in the garage, and a brother knocked on the door and prevented the suicide. Big write-up in the paper about it. Pretty cool. And or you think about a person who was contemplating an abortion but chose not to because of talking to someone in the ministry. Very positive. Did they come in the truth? No, but that abortion didn't happen. So you see the positive results we have. Well, in LDC we have that too. And so I've been asked to ask you if you have a positive experience along those lines where you saw what you've done to help others, that you could share that with us. As you know, in our circuits we have what's called the Public Information Desk. So I got Brother Price back there. Priest, stand up real quick so everybody can see it. See Brother Priest Price? Dear Bethel brother, friend of mine. We go back to Laundry Room 2002, right? Patterson. So if you have a good experience, please share that with Brother Price, with Priest. Maybe email it with them, because we like to share it to the Public Information Desk so that they can use those experiences to share with others. So anything else you want me to add to that, Priest? Priest, go ahead, right ahead. There's a microphone coming.
We're also looking for individuals with videography and photography skills, and individuals who write, content writers, things of that nature, because we will be providing news releases to media outlets. So if you have someone, if you know anyone with those skills, please, by all means, share that with us too.
Very nice. Thank you, Priest. So we look forward to seeing what comes out from this fine work that we're doing. I'd like to, we're supposed to understand the VSG a little bit, so we happen to have the VSG brothers here. So Brother Tracy and Jeff, and where's Travis? And I have you up. Oh, there you are, Mike Stevens. Yep. So, how many is this your first time here? Oh, quite a few. Okay. So, the volunteer support group is a gangly group of brothers. We all work together. We're on conference calls weekly, talking, texting, emailing routinely, as you can imagine. So Brother Stevens is the personnel contact, which I've always viewed as the biggest part of the assignment. When we were first meeting with the CPC, when Warwick was concluding, we were up there at Tuskegee. Actually, we met on the Warwick site, one of the construction trailers. And Brother Devine asked us how we felt the construction group would translate into the LDC arrangement that was being implemented at the time. And we all said that the coordinator's responsibilities, skills responsibilities were pretty good, but the personnel was overwhelming. David Tyner did it all, and his wife, and a few assistants. So they said we need to expand it, which they did. We have local staffing contacts and project staffing contacts now. So poor Brother Stevens heads that all up. So can you just take a minute and they have not rehearsed this. I just pulled them out of the audience. What do you do?
That's a really good question. We work, I mean, it's really beautiful seeing all of our cousins here because personnel has about 300 volunteers that we work with on a regular basis. As far as the local staffing contacts, they oversee a region of volunteers and they'll handle all the minor projects within that region. So on those teams, there's about 200 for all 10 regions in our zone. And then we have about 100 volunteers who help with major project staffing. So when a major project comes up, a CGO is assigned to it. We assign a PSC, project staffing contact, to that CG group, and then their team is responsible for staffing it. I mean, everything for the 3 months, or actually we have one coming up in Tamarack, Florida, 9-month project, 3 Kingdom Halls in one. We're going to wear those poor friends out on that one. But that's what we do. We work closely with skills and safety to make sure we have skilled volunteers and they're properly trained with safety. And then we get them there at the right time, the right person at the right time. That's what personnel does.
Very good. And the local staffing contacts in the region and the project staffing contacts, they're assigned to the projects, correct?
Yeah.
So he oversees all of that along with Brother Roberto Matos, who wasn't able to make it here today. Then we have Brother Deal and Brother Thornton. They work in what's called skills. So can you describe what your role is?
Basically, our assignment is to get the volunteers that are in the zone screened as to their ability, or not only their availability, but also their skill levels when it comes to working on projects, whether they're skilled, semi-skilled, or experts. We want to get all that information put into BA so that when we're looking for volunteers, we get the right volunteers to the project. And we're still working on that, trying to get all that taken care of. And as you can tell, if you think about skilled volunteers, you can have a skilled volunteer that's from one extreme to the other, and they're still skilled. And sometimes it takes a lot of work to keep adding to their profile to really fine-tune the information so that they know exactly where they can be used to the best for Jehovah. So that's one of the main things we do. We also take care of assessments, making sure the assessments are getting accomplished. So once a brother gets invited to a project or a sister gets invited to a project, then their overseer is supposed to put in an assessment, showing us exactly what this brother knows how to do or the sister knows how to do, because a screening is totally different. When you're just talking to an individual over the phone or an email, you can get a general idea, but it's a whole lot different when you're working with a brother. So we make sure that those assessments are getting put into BA as well, so that we have a nice, but a good, solid database to be able to work from.
Very nice. Yes, everybody's a painter. You really want a painter. Tracy's assistant. Anything else to add to that?
Basically, just what he said. I've been not only he has me working with the PSCs, trying to contact them to get those assessments, which we feel are the most accurate in a PTO assessing somebody where they actually see them work, getting them to get those into Builder Assist. And it's kind of a challenge because a lot of construction PTOs that are qualified to run a job, they're not computer people.
And so getting them to get behind a computer and follow the LDC guidelines for assessments is kind of difficult. So we cooperate with the PSCs in skills and trying to implement that and get that in. And we're a little behind, but we're working on that.
Very nice. Well, thank you, brothers, for coming up and share school. For safety. Can you get it up there or not? A little work chart. Watching those bamboo trees grow. And I'll talk while we're waiting for that to pop up. So it's really a work in progress. The safety department organization is, as you can tell, is huge, and there's a lot of moving parts with it. And we have Brother Mears is still the official assistant for the coordinator, and Brother Travis Colbars here is the interim, but he's doing a fine job with that. If Mike comes back, which none of us really believe will, we'll be moving to that assignment. He was introduced to my overseer, Brother Mears, not Brother Mears, Brother Smith last week, so that went really well. You were assessed very nicely, Travis, by the way. Good job for 1 more week. But the safety department, as you can see, is we'll be sliding Travis in there if Mike doesn't come back. And we have the safety department secretary, Brother Wireman. He's over there. He moved out of state, but he can't quite get back, so he's back here. And it's funny, when you walk in the door, I go to Steve, I go, so we still using them? So I go, yeah, it sure is. So I gave him some nice assignments. But he organizes Kingdom Halls, that kind of thing, you know, where we're going to be at, what we're going to do. And then we have the zone safety contact over there on the far right. You see David Wiggum. That's a branch assignment, and I don't think David's here, right? He couldn't make it. So David's actually moving to where his family is out west. So the branch office will assign a new brother. So the safety contact, just so you know, he works directly with the coordinating construction group overseer, which is Brother Randy Herbert. And so he's working with the CGOs and he's working with the safety coordinators on the projects. And he makes sure that everything that, well, what we don't want is the safety coordinator making the CGO's life more difficult. We want to assist them the best that we can. So he's put in place to do that. He's actually a full-time brother just working with safety, chasing the safety materials around. There's a lot to that. But we're waiting to see who the new brother is going to be. And I checked with Brother Herbert yesterday, and he said he still doesn't have the assignment yet. So we're not sure who's going to be replacing him. But then we're divided into 3 basic groups. We have Brother Walter Blair, and along with Jason, they head up the safety program training for overseers, which is, I call it a pioneer school for safety. And most of you, I hope most of you have attended. I got away with it for about 2 years. I had the wives going too. Then I got in trouble on that. I actually got a letter on that one. But I did get away with it for a couple years. None of the other zones did that. And so they wrote me a letter and they said, you can't do that anymore because it's for overseers. And I said, well, you know, the service department has traveling overseer school, or was a school for traveling overseers and their wives. I said, just change the name to and their wives and we're good to go. And it fell on deaf ears. I'm trying. I'm trying to work that. So, but Walter handles that assignment, which is huge. And it's one of my favorite assignments. And this is just a teaching point I'll share with you. You know, one of my favorite things is to be with Walter and work with his group. And about a year ago, I had to tell him I'm not going to do that anymore. And the reason why, because it's not my assignment. It's Walter's assignment. So even though we want to play in other people's sandboxes, if you will, stick to our assignment. I love Brother Richard's food service safety talk. I can listen to that thing every time. So my point is, you have an assignment, and we can leapfrog and play all over the place, but we lose focus, and we're not going to do as good a job. So if you have an assignment, do it very well. And just stick with that one assignment. That's good. And if you're asked to do something else by your overseer, that's fine. But we all won't get to do everything we want to do all the time.
So that's, Brother Blair handles that, and then Brother Kalbars handles an extremely difficult assignment, the safety training for the project specifically. So we do not generate business for ourselves. We don't actively go out and just do training for the sake of training. So we respond to the coordinating field rep, which is Brother Michael McLaughlin, and also to Randy Herbert, our construction group overseer. The maintenance trainers, assembly hall overseers, all of these ones, they request the training, and that goes through the local staffing contact. They're supposed to reach out to them, then they reach out to Brother Kalbars and his team, and then we put together the classes that you brothers and sisters all put together. So that's basically how that's organized, and then we have where the rubber really hits the road, the safety coordinator that's actually on site with the construction group overseers. Brother Marquise Queen was assigned to handle that, and he had Brother Irizarry working with him. And that's a work in progress right now, because we're noticing that the initial vision, it isn't really playing out in real time that way. So the safety coordinator, what's happening is very similar to what we had in RBC years, where a brother became very good friends with so-and-so, and he wants to go to his next project, but he wants to take the safety coordinator with him to the next project. That kind of thing's going on, which we like. So when Brother Mears called me up and said, I'm not sure that's really what we want to do, I'm like, let's work for us, let them do it. So we're not really sure where that's going to go, so Brother Travis is working on that with Brother Herbert, our construction group overseer, because he's happy with it, but we still have to train safety coordinators, and so that's an important role, and but it's a little bit of a work in progress right now. And then of course we see all these other folks that are adding in and by region, and it's I'm just humbled by everything you brothers and sisters are doing to help this assignment, because we get very, well, in the words of our overseer, he says, boy, Zone 4 is great. You guys are never in the news down here, and that's the way we want to be. So you're doing a very, very good job with that. And to wrap up a little bit on the VSG, I want to go to a Bible, Psalm 23. And a lot of us are very familiar with this Bible text, and we apply it to how Jehovah shepherds his people. And as safety brothers and our wives, we're entrusted with saving lives, and we protect the friends from each other. So as we read Psalm 23, we're just going to look at the first couple of verses. Think of it in terms of safety on theocratic projects and how Jehovah takes that responsibility, but he dignifies us with an opportunity to participate. So it starts off by saying that Jehovah is my shepherd. I will lack nothing. So when we show up on a theocratic project, should there be a worry that we're not going to have the proper tools, the proper safety equipment, the proper way of working on that project? We will lack nothing. In grassy pastures, he makes me lie down. He leads me to well-watered resting places. When we're on the project, we feel comfortable. We're relaxing. We're slowing down. We're being safe. We're doing things right so we don't have these stresses. We don't have the, well, I'm dangling from the ceiling and I hope I don't die. That mentality is gone. We don't want that. Grassy pastures, well-watered resting places. We look forward to doing the assignment because we know it's being safely done. Verse 3, Jehovah refreshes us. He leads us in paths of righteousness for the sake of his name. So when we go on theocratic projects, it should be refreshing. Our assignment should be refreshing because it is an assignment from Jehovah. And then verse 4, though I walk in the valley of deep shadow, well, I may have a dangerous assignment on a theocratic project. You may be hanging from the 12th floor of a building washing windows. That's dangerous. It can kill you. But I fear no harm, for you are with me. In other words, I've been properly trained. I have the safety equipment. I know I'm going to be fine. And then you are with me, your rod and your staff reassure me. So you brothers in safety, you are an instrument used by Jehovah to effect this feeling of safety, this feeling of comfort of our dear volunteers on our theocratic projects. So now we'll give our attention to our brother. Very timely. Thank you, Brother Henley.
Now let's get to the part, safety training team updates. Let's give us to our attention now to Brother Ray Martinez.
Not only did I get distracted, but I look 1 inch taller. Let's finish the question that I'm supposed to answer before we start. So, where are we from? It's my wife Damaris, sitting in the front. And we are originally born both in Cuba. She was raised in Miami. I had the great privilege to be raised in the island of Puerto Rico. And that's where my parents learned the truth since I was like 3 years old, many moons ago. We have 2 beautiful daughters. They're both regular pioneers, married to appointed spiritual men. One of them is on standby for, they put in the application for SKE. And like Abel and Grace, we allow them to be in our home in one of the rooms. They own that room for the past 3 years, so pray for them to go to SKE class. I want my room back. We already talked about our current assignments, so hobbies. I used to have a lot of hobbies, but not anymore. I do have one. I'm trying to learn how to develop an oversensitive palate when it comes to pairing fine cheeses with fine wines. So if you want to know a few combinations, talk to me about that after the meeting. One of the things that you don't know about me, oh look, I like to put my tie out of my suit. Anyway, so when Brother Jeff Reagan was interviewing me, it sounded like I do a lot. But there was one thing that you guys don't know. I have the privilege of retiring at 50 years of age. I turn in my retirement papers and my pioneer papers at the same time. So I don't have a secular job. I'm full-time serving Jehovah, and that's how I handle and manage all this privilege that we have. But anyway, let's go to our part with interviews. Isn't it true that we look forward every time we get a new circuit overseer in a nice circuit, and we can't wait to have them on the platform and interview them? Right? We want to know who they are, what they do, so we're going to do the same thing with all the fine men that take the lead and coordinating the safety training classes for Zone 4. So let's invite first Brother Phil Bowles, Brother Mike Bovey, and Brother David Bryan to the platform, please. So you guys don't snap your fingers at Mike Bovey. Let's start with Mike Bovey and go with the same question. Mike, can you tell us where you're from?
No, this was coming. Originally from New York, but my wife and I live now in Merritt Island.
What's your current assignment with the SG4 safety training dream?
Work as the lead trainer for Region 7.
Thank you, Mike. And what are your hobbies?
Playing with my son.
There you go. So even though he has a 4-year-old son named Jonah, what a delight to meet him and talk to him. He likes to talk a lot. So what is one of the things that most people don't know about you?
We were in Russian for 10 years and been in full-time service for 30.
There you go. Thank you, Mike, for sharing that with us. So let's go to the questions, and we had a plan to do like a lot of questions. We're running out of time. We got 3 more to interview, so let's go quickly. Let's narrow down to starting with Phil Bull. He takes the lead in Region 6. Phil, can you tell us some of the challenges? We're going to skip the updates and just go straight to the challenges that you have in your region.
Well, anytime you have growing pains in an organization like ours, going from just a few to many brothers and sisters, challenges was we have changes in policies and updates and making, and also finding out who our CGOs was, the field reps, LSCs. All this took a lot of time and effort. So After that, even trying to determine where the boundary lines was, your region was, is also another challenge. So many times you would find out there was changes as we went along from region to region. But the fun part of this whole thing is that you're busy and you're never bored.
Isn't that true? Mike Wolby, some of your challenges in your region.
My challenges, I sum up in 2 words, circumstances and health. We've lost probably half our team due to different circumstances, at least 5 trainers over the last few months.
Can you name one of them?
Huh?
Can you name one of them?
You? Health. Recently my son has been diagnosed as special needs and has a rare form of epilepsy. So in between all the different appointments that we've been trying to get to save his life and help him, we've been organizing safety trainings because it's a joy. But it's been a challenge. There's no doubt about it. The scripture in Psalms 20 says, "May Jehovah answer you in the day of distress." I don't know if next year I'll be here, but I'm here now, and that's a miracle in itself. But that's been a challenge.
Thank you, Mike, for sharing that with us. This is a man. He's the one that should have been interviewed about keeping balance because he's got his plate full. David Bryan, please tell us something about your challenges.
Well, in the region that I have coordinated, it's very, very busy, super busy, with renovation projects and actually construction projects coming online, and also keeping up with the varied class requests, because you might have a project that comes on, they want power truck, mold remediation, fall protection, and respiratory protection, and power actuated tools, and that's just one project. So the South Florida area is very busy, so it's keeping up with all of that. That's challenging.
Thank you, David. What about the challenge of providing quality training when it comes to teaching safety to others?
Yes, that's definitely a challenge, because we want to make sure that, again, we get a lot of volunteers to train, and the key is to keep the teaching quality high. You know, you don't want to, like, okay, you hung in a tree next, you know. You really want them to get the sense of why they're doing it, and also helping the trainers appreciate that they need to keep the teaching quality high, because it means their life. Jehovah is the source of life, and we reiterate that over and over, and we need to protect it.
Thanks for sharing that with us. Let's go into another question. Let's talk about blessings. We're skipping a few questions, so we're running out of time. So share with us some of the blessings that you have.
Yes. Well, change, of course, with the change and growth and everything, you know, being used by Jehovah means that you get to receive a lot of privileges and a lot of blessings. My wife, Jane, and I have got the privilege of training a lot of different people from different areas. One of the things that we see here, we get to travel quite a bit in our past year. One was Jamaica. What was interesting about that, there was 3 of the FRs, which is field reps, and all the maintenance trainers met in one spot. So we traveled up to Allen. We got to meet them all in one spot. It was a lot of fun on that one. The one that we really loved, we got to go to the Caicos Islands, and it's interesting that we had to go island hopping. So we went to each kingdom hall. There's 3 kingdom halls in the Caicos.
Tell me something about North Caicos.
North Caicos.
Is that the picture we're seeing there?
Yes. Full of kids. These young kids are just the beaming faces, and it was so interesting. A lot of parents doesn't come to meetings, but they were there at the meetings. So, and I got the privilege to give the public talk here on that Sunday. And what it is, you see my wife, she couldn't keep her hands on that one.
You something about the blessing of working with your wife. How do you feel about working with Jayma?
Oh, Jayma, it's a privilege because she keeps me well dressed. Everything's organized. Every time we go to a safety training, I don't have to worry about behind the scenes. I get up and teach, and next thing I know, tests are being passed out. All the equipment's ready to go, so you don't have to worry. The wife is, you can't do without.
Thank you. Brother Mike Bowlby, please tell us something about your blessing.
You know, there's been lots of blessings. As our team, it's like a family. They know that I may have to leave at any moment during a training, and they'll do even a better job than if I'm there. So I can trust them. I've had to delegate things to my assistant, like inventory and such, but my team members are there as a family, and they know that I may not be able to teach. I can chair, because if I have to jet, I have to jet. I have to put you on first. So just being a blessing in that we're unified, we're family, and we've been able to work up the coast, helping beautify Kingdom Halls from Palm Bay to Vero, now into the Orlando area. And then there was sort of a funny, interesting blessing that took place at our own Kingdom Hall, Merritt Island, that came about unexpectedly, and the Molder mediation team was not trained in respiratory. So we decided, well, what are we going to do? Well, I had the equipment, we had the knowledge, we had the trainer involved, so there was an RV on site. So we took 15 of the Molder mediators inside. We had to take our shoes off and everything, because the sister who owned it didn't want us to wear our construction boots, so it smelled. We got through the training though. We used a little monitor there in the RV with Travis's permission. We organized it like that day on the spot. The Molder mediators then went in through a practical, and then they were able to fulfill their assignment there at Merritt Island, as well as all throughout Florida. So that was a fun, neat blessing and experience. But there's been lots of blessings. And then, as I mentioned, being a miracle here today, this meeting in itself has been a blessing, because I have been losing my joy. But seeing this family here and being with these brothers and seeing this spiritual level, I never want to leave this family. And we got a hotel the other night and said, Joel, we're going to come. And our Nana said she'll take care of Jonah just down the road. And then we booked it. The next morning I got a text saying, Mike, would you like to stay at the apartment just right here? And so we just see, Brandy and I, we've been able to do less, but we see Jehovah's backing in this blessing, and it's just been amazing to see that.
Thank you, Mike. Without any doubt, Jehovah always. Brother Brian, you got the short end of the stick. You got very short time to tell us about your blessings.
Well, as far as blessings, as all of the trainers can attest to, if they really think about it, we have literally trained hundreds to do what Jehovah wants them to do on these projects. And to have a hand in saying, well, we feel like a proud papa, But also it brings glory to Jehovah, and working with my wife. Again, I don't think we could do it without women.
Thank you so much, Brother Brian. Thank you. Let's bring on the next three. Brother Jeff Reagan, Brother Leo Grant, and Peter Reynolds. I'm sorry, it's not Leo Grant. Kind of the program. Robert Rangel. Robert. Sorry, Robert. I must leave you out. So before we start, you really three got the short end of the stick. You got to finish this up in 10 minutes.
Leo to be here.
Robert, you get the pleasure of telling us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from, Robert?
Well, originally Havana, Cuba, and I wasn't in the truth at the time. My dream was to come to America, marry a beautiful blonde American girl.
The American dream.
Yeah. found Julie, my beautiful blonde American girl, when she was 16, and we've been together for 44 years, pioneering together. It's beautiful.
What a great privilege. And your current assignment?
Currently, well, besides congregation assignments, LDC assignments, taking care of helping to coordinate Region 8 training. So, which basically goes from Crystal River down to Northport. I think it's about Northport. We're still not sure of all the boundaries.
Always move it.
Yeah, the boundaries move sometimes. But anyway, the Gulf side, the west side of Florida.
Right. Hobbies?
Hobbies. I love to play music, and I love food and wine.
I think that's a surprise for us at lunch with the music. No, I'm kidding. So, Robert, tell us something about you that most of us don't know.
I'm pretty much an open book. I don't know, that's a loaded question. Well, I'm a drummer, so playing the DC-50s, the DC-82. That's the band. Anyways, I don't have much time to do that anymore.
Thank you, Robert. Well, let's go to the questions. We're going to narrow this just to challenges and blessing briefly. So, Robert, can you start with some of your challenges in your region?
Oh, challenges. When I think about when we started to assess the needs of the region, I was really brand new at it. Had never done it before. So I called on Brother Carlos Almena to help me out. He had done it before, so about getting kingdom halls and that kind of thing. So that was very challenging. How to go about doing the logistics, getting the places and doing that. We had about 2,000 volunteers at the time that needed to be trained. How are you going to train all of those? The branch is saying train, and now we got to train. So there was a lot going on at the time.
Thanks for sharing that, Brother Reagan. Please go ahead and share challenges.
So the challenges in the last year that we faced is Michael coming through, and we weren't on the worst end of that, but DRC set us up as a training center, and so we trained over 1,000 volunteers in our Kingdom Hall for fall protection, and then so that was a major challenge. Other than that, the size of our region is large, and so we have to travel a lot, so we spend a lot of time on the road getting to events.
Thank you, Jeff. And now Peter Reynolds is going to tell us about the challenge. He doesn't take the lead in that region, but in scheduling for the whole song tour. So tell us something about your challenges, Peter.
Yes, challenges. It's a very unique assignment in that you have to be adaptable and flexible to keep up with the size of the workload. I thought I would have today off, and I'm still getting emails about doing things with scheduling. I don't know who's emailing me. I think I got 3 from Jeff. So yeah, you have to be flexible, you have to be adaptable, because there's a lot of work to do, and it has to be done in a timely fashion, because there's a lot of events, obviously, that are being organized.
Thank you, Peter. And his part was about balance. He's trying to balance himself, do some work while he's here. Let's talk about blessings. Robert, please share with us some of the blessings that you have.
In less than a year, I was looking at some of the figures. In less than a year, we went from a couple of good trainers to 14 excellent trainers and 13 support sisters. And I'll tell you right now, without the support of those sisters, there would not be 14 excellent trainers. So that is really quite a blessing. And our region has grown by about 800 volunteers. As I mentioned, we had, about 2,000. We're about 2,800 right now. So what a blessing to see Jehovah's hand. Really it's Jehovah that made it grow, and we're just here trying to keep up with it.
Thank you, Robert. Brother Reagan, please.
Some of the blessings we've enjoyed. I do have to make a shout out to my wife, who 38 years this coming December 26th, so she's supporting me in ways that I never dreamed possible. So that is a blessing to have a supportive wife like that. A wonderful team that's growing. I enjoy watching that. I went to Jamaica with Robert. We ate more jerk chicken than anybody could ever. That was great. I've been able to teach bowl classes, so it's just been a lot of blessings. But more importantly, seeing how Jehovah has brought our group together, our team together, we work together, and just watching how we're growing together and helping our brothers and sisters be safe.
Thank you, Jeff. What a blessing is that. Go ahead, Brother Randall.
Yeah, I got to piggyback off of Jeff a little bit because I couldn't do my assignment without my wife. A lot of assignments I've had with LDC have been such that without the support and encouragement from my wife, I wouldn't be able to do it. So I really appreciate that blessing. Within our team, we have an awesome team. We have 13 brothers and sisters that are working on our team right now, and they're remaining flexible and adaptable to keep up with the workload. So we can certainly appreciate that. And of course, we appreciate too the blessing, how Jehovah really works with us in our assignments and trains us, continues to teach us, and we certainly grow spiritually as a result.
Thank you, Peter, for sharing that with us.
Well, I don't know how we did that, and we left 1 minute. So thank you to all these fine brothers that worked so hard in the team. Remember how I started with the CEO interview? How did you guys feel when you finished that CEO interview? Don't you feel rejoiced? Don't you feel rejoiced to hear what these brothers have to say about the challenges, blessings, and the needs of the region? There's 6 more to come after lunch.
Thank you, Brother Martinez. Yes, and thank you all, brothers and sisters. Right on time. Wow. So, now we get a little time to associate, eat some food, lunch. Any special arrangements? We're just going to walk outside and eat. Is there going to be any?
They actually did say, due to the amount, we're hoping that all the brothers can get what they need rather quickly, since we've so many. That way we have ample time to enjoy the food and get to know one another. But if we can just kind of hurry it along, get what we want, and just keep moving along, and that way we've got ample time for everyone.
Okay.
And we can eat in here.
Okay, we can eat in here, but to get your food and come back in, is there any certain arrangements outside? We just go pick it up?
Once we step outside, the brothers will direct us.
Okay, we're going to be directed outside. Let's ask Jehovah's direction and his blessing on our lunch today. Brother Soriano would come up and offer prayer for us.
Well, we welcome you to the afternoon session of our wonderful training program. So far, we've been encouraged, learned a lot of good things, a lot about acronyms. Thanks to Brother Reagan. We consider some good spiritual points. Just about introducing the That is not fair. Okay. So what are the questions? I forget. Oh, thank you so much, Brother Martinez. I appreciate that. So where are you from? So I am James Graham. My wife is Charlene Graham. We are from St. Petersburg. Our current assignment is we assist all the other brothers with the scaffold training. So it's a specialty training. There are 4 of us. I work with 4 fine brothers. One of our ex-overseer, Abel, he left us. He's fine. He's over there. But I work with a bunch of good brothers, and we travel up and down the state teaching scaffolding to different friends. So it's a nice assignment. Hobbies. What hobbies do I enjoy? Currently, anything that has to do with strongman. I love strongman competition. I like doing some of the activities and also watching them. And then one thing most people don't know about me. Well, I kind of laughed when I got the assignment and I found out scaffold training was in safety, because when I was in Warwick, I am still used as what not to do for lab safety. I actually broke a brother's ribs lifting him up to to plug in a plug. So your ladder safety newsletter, you're welcome. But it's a privilege to work in safety. Certainly, Jehovah teaches us wonderful lessons. We appreciate it. Okay, so let's get into our spiritual program. Up next, we have a continuation of our part from Brother Martinez. He'll continue the interviews, so let's give our attention to him at this time.
I can get my phone back.
Going back to the CO interviews. Have you ever heard a CO interview in the morning? No. What do you think they do right after lunch? Heavy meal, we get a little tired. We're ready to start another part of the spiritual program, so let's continue on that. We're going to get 6 more brothers that take the lead in different regions and in different specialty classes that are taught through our Zone 4. So let's invite to the platform now Brother Abel Belen, Brother Leo Grant, and Brother Rafael Nieves. Please, brothers. And as we interview them, you're going to notice what's the difference between the first ones that came off. They don't do like working in one region. So let's start by Brother Abel, and before the people snap at you, so let me ask you the common questions. Where are you from, Abel?
I was born in Staten Island, New York, the forgotten borough, but I didn't forget about it. But most of my life raised here in Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, but been living here for 10 years in Ocala.
Okay, tell us something about your current assignment in LDC.
Well, the assignment that I truly loved was the Spanish coordinator for the safety program, training program, and then I got asked to be assistant to Travis. And then just a couple weeks ago, Travis asked me to fill in his shoes as the safety training zone coordinator.
Wow, big shoes to fill in, huh? A lot of work. Another question, what are your hobbies?
Some of the hobbies, I really enjoy cooking, all kinds of cooking. Love being in the kitchen and grilling and being outside. And also going to the beach, any kind of water sport, I truly love.
Do you know how to make alcapurrias?
No.
Oh. Why don't you try it? So good work. You need to learn how to do that. That's a specialty treat from Puerto Rico. So anyway, another question. Tell us something about yourself that most of us don't know.
I guess there's 2 things. One, I love all kinds of music from all spectrums. And one thing I think it's kind of funny, I am absolutely terrified of heights, and they asked me to be the scaffold trainer. So it's funny, because I told brothers, go up and give it a try. I'm telling people, do this, no, you did it wrong.
We all know Jehovah has a sense of humor. Okay, so let's go into the question. We're going to set the same question to all of you, and since you don't have a region, Abel, tell us what goes on in your department.
Well, we try to support all the regions, just recently with the Spanish efforts, and it's been very difficult. We have to cover the entire state, and it's not as convenient as just working in one area and trying to find one specific area within your region that's concentrated in Spanish, because there's different pockets everywhere. And then when you go into the islands, sometimes not all the commodities that we have here are there in the islands. So they lag mainly because of the either economical situation or just the logistics of getting things to their location is very difficult. So it's a lot of traveling. When we had another vehicle within 1 year, I think we put close to maybe 20 or 40,000 miles in the vehicle.
Well, that's a lot of miles. Anyway, that's part of your challenges. So you already met Brother Leo Grant. He takes charge of teaching safety training classes in the islands. So Leo, tell us about your challenges.
It's brand new for me. I was just introduced to this about the same time as Abel started making some transitions as well. But the challenge is I'm here and they are there. So we don't have the face-to-face contact yet, but we make do with telephone conversations, some video conversations, and like Abel mentioned, these brothers are so ready to go. You might ask, well, how many men does it take to change a light bulb? Well, we'll use every single one of them if we have a light bulb. So it's getting them those materials that they need. These brothers and their wives, as we saw in the video, they are so ready. They exemplify, here I am, Jehovah sent me, like Isaiah said. It's just a matter of getting them all the things that they need and the modules and some hands-on training and dialogue as well that'll fully equip them to handle their job. So that's my challenge, and I pray to Jehovah that with the help of these brothers that I can rise to helping them successfully.
Steph, don't let go of your mic. One more question. How many islands are we talking about?
Probably more than I can count. Bermuda, Jamaica, Curacao, Puerto Rico, those brothers. I know I'm falling short, but those are the ones that I know for sure.
Thank you, Leo. So let's go to Brother Rafael Mier to help you with the other islands.
Who said it? We all need each other.
Who's the frog? Who's the flower? All right, Rafael, so tell us a little bit about what you do in the Spanish field and what do you cover that could be a challenge to?
Well, we also cover a little bit of what Leo does in the islands, but with Spanish. Looking for new trainers, setting up teams of trainers per islands that have a big community of Spanish brothers. But now here in Inland, our assignment now is to, in every region, if possible, where there is a large community of Spanish, to have a Spanish lead trainer and an assistant. So that's our assignment to achieve. Challenges on that, never done that before. So I'm gonna hang on to these two brothers and Travis as much as I can to get info from them so we can get the job done in Jehovah's blessing. Another challenge is a lot of traveling. When you're not in your congregation, sometimes when you go out a lot, in my case I feel a little bit lost, but the program today actually helped us with that, with those needs. But those are some of the challenges.
Thank you, Rafael. And as we all know, we have different regions and the safety training classes for English. Rafael covers the whole state, the island. So what is the goal for the Spanish classes? To achieve what?
To start taking the Spanish that are in English right now and bring them to know. I was just thinking about
Reasonable goal.
We want to start South Florida, regions 10 and 11, then maybe move to Tampa, Central, or Orlando area, and so on, forming groups of trainers.
Thank you, Rafael. So let's go to the next question. It has to do with blessings. So Abel, we heard from Grace of a few blessings. Tell us something about the blessings that you got to experience.
Seeing Jehovah in action, because in the congregation work and in the ministry, Jehovah does his work deep within a person. It could be inside their hearts, deep into their way of thinking, and you don't see the results until sometimes years later. But with the construction work in LDC, with all the trainings that we do, we see certain brothers with personality traits so difficult, so headstrong. But then we see how Jehovah in action starts molding them. And we don't butt heads. We just present the information in a loving manner, and they see the benefit. And we see Jehovah right in front of our eyes create a wonderful masterpiece. Just like if you're watching a potter at his art, or some kind of expert working his trade. And we see it within a matter of hours. And we see brothers' mindset changes, spirituality goes up, he leaves uplifted. And he starts spreading that joy to the rest of the congregation. It's something that really, really appreciate seeing. And sometimes we're in also situations that we're in such a bind, and we see Jehovah is always there. He always answers it, and answers our prayers, and it really helps us to hold on to Him. And I always think about the Great Tribulation, and to think back of these blessings and how Jehovah has never been short, it really fortifies our faith.
Thank you, Abel. Now let's go to Brother Grant. Leo, go ahead and tell us something about the blessings that you shared or you received from last year.
What he said. Seriously, I mean, really, to see the friends fully appreciate and grow into their relationship with Jehovah and their respect for life and how they view it, how they operate, how they roll is truly a blessing. But for me personally, it has to do with, who of us doesn't feel inadequate at times? But Jehovah gives us this job, and He says do it, and He trusts us, and that's huge to me. So the fact that Jehovah, would even think of using me for in any capacity, let alone something as significant as helping His people to learn safety practices, not just on building projects, but how they live their everyday lives, is truly, truly amazing. And
how about your personal life? How do the safety classes that you teach and organize help you in your personal life?
I like that, and thank you for bringing that up, because, just little things that we do around the house, changing a light bulb, climbing on a roof or whatever, doing work, it's changed my whole scope of how I do things personally at home. So it changed how I roll. And I want to make sure that I show Jehovah that respect for life. So how could I be an effective teacher of safety if I'm not practicing those things at home? And that's really where it all starts, at home and in the heart. So it's good practice, and it shows Jehovah that I take seriously the things that He's taught me.
Thank you, Leo. I'm glad you can climb your roof. I don't have ankles in my roof, so I can't go on my roof anymore. Raphael, blessings.
Well, to make it brief, same as they both mentioned. What I would like to add to that is blessing that I've seen is that it's taking me out of my comfort zone. Some of these assignments, and that itself it could be a challenge, but being out of the comfort zone, I've actually been able to been exposed, I would say, more to my weaknesses, personality-wise. Because I'm not in my comfort zone. I have to be dealing with different situations now. It exposed my weaknesses, where I need to rely more on Jehovah. What I can learn from other friends is I'm working with different brothers and sisters and how they handle different situations. I look at that really closely, and so I see this as an opportunity of refinement that Jehovah does when any of us is out of our comfort zone, because it not only exposes the weakness, but it also, Jehovah has a way of showing, okay, you notice that you got to work in this area. This is how you're going to change. And this is what I need you to do to become different. Or this is what I need you to do to mature in this aspect. So I see that personally as a blessing for me. That's it.
Thank you, Raphael. Thank you to all of you. So now let's bring on the platform 3 more brothers, and they deal with our specialty classes. So let's come up to the platform, Brother Walter Blair, please. Brother James Klodzinski, I hope I pronounced fine, James. And Brother James Graham. Where's our Sherman? We'll start with you, Walter. You already got to introduce yourself, right? So you don't need to. Yes. So how about let's get these brothers to introduce themselves. Brother James Klodzinski and James Graham. No, you already did yours. They forced you to do it. So James, why don't you share with us, where are you from?
Originally from Central Illinois. Been down here about 13 and a half years. We live in Lehigh Acres now, me and my wife.
And what is your current assignment?
My current assignment, I'm assistant to Brother Qualls in the electrical safety department. And so that's one of the assignments besides the other ones in the congregation.
Okay, what about your hobbies?
Well,
like James, I want to be in the strongman contest too. I do like it. I do like arm wrestling hobbies. I'm not that strong, but one of my main hobbies I can still play that I'm actually a little bit decent at is basketball.
All right. Competition going on. Okay, so let's get to the question. So look, we're going to ask kind of different questions to Walter Blair. Walter Blair handles everything that has to do with the. You go ahead and say it, Walter, please.
Safety program training for oversight.
Which say Spitful. Yeah, I know how to say Spitful. I just forget what the acronym means. But go ahead, Walter. Tell us something. What have you accomplished with your team in that department?
Okay, so a quick little update. We started in November 2017, and our last class that we just had was in November 2019, just last month. So it's been a little bit over 2 years. We've had 27 classes held throughout Zone 4, and we started in Palm Coast just before the renovation. Mike Henley talked with us, Jason Skiba, Richard, and I'm not sure, Terry, were you with us too? Yeah, Terry was with us, and Carlos Almeida, so we had a good time there. But then we went to the Plant City Assembly Hall. We've had some there. We had 2 at the Daytona Beach Assembly Hall. In the islands, Puerto Rico, Nassau, Bahamas, St. Croix, Jamaica, just to name a few of them. And probably over 800 students have attended so far.
What a blessing. Thank you, Walter. Brother James. So Brother James, we don't have an electrical team for every region, so he handles the whole Zone 4 with Brother Phil Qualls. So tell us about the challenges in that electrical team.
Well, I think there's quite a few other trainers here as well that work in that department. But challenges that we have noticed since the very beginning of taking a curriculum that's beautiful by the branch and to be able to put it, instruct it in a way for 8 hours in one day to train people and see the benefit of this class. Because you have brothers and sisters come here who have many years of experience and then go, I've been working in the RBC, I've been doing this and that. What is it going to train me here to be here for 8 hours on electrical? So that's one of the challenges.
Changing that frame of mind, right? Thank you. And Brother Graham, please tell us something about the challenges in your department. Brother Graham, again, we don't have scaffolding training for every region. He handles the whole Zone 4, so tell us about your challenges.
So similar to James, the other James, sometimes we have a lot of experience in one class, and it's hard to consolidate and kind of focus that experience at the beginning. Our class is 3 days, so we get to observe students over 3 days between practicals and class, and so the challenge is sometimes taking all that experience and honing it into on a spiritual note to see what the branch has. Because really there's nothing new you can learn about scaffold, but you can take it to a spiritual level as far as viewing your brother's lives differently when you set it up when you were at scaffold.
Thank you, James. Walter, another question for you. How are the brothers receiving the class?
If I could briefly just mention 3 comments here for their letters of appreciation that went to the branch. So one from Sebring class here in Florida, they said at Psalm 106 verse 1 it states, "Give thanks to Jehovah for he is good." This brief yet profound statement encompasses how we feel after having the privilege of sitting at the feet of our grand instructor for the last 4 days. In St. Croix, the brother said, "We want to express our thanks and appreciation for your love and concern for all of us and those entrusted to our care. The instruction we receive shows the seriousness of safety and applying it even in the smallest way. It shows love and honor to the one who created all life, Jehovah God." And then finally, in St. Augustine, Florida, the brothers wrote, at Psalm 107, verse 5, "We are encouraged to give thanks to Jehovah for his loyal love and for his wonderful works in behalf of the sons of men." Our class echoes these sentiments because through the head of the Christian congregation, Jesus, and under the loving direction of the governing body, branch committee, LDC department, and our instructors, we have immensely enjoyed just one of Jehovah's many wonderful works, the safety program training for oversight. I thought that was beautiful.
Thank you, Walter, for sharing that with us. I'm sure that everyone here has taken that class. How do you feel about that class? Well, let's go into the blessings. Start with Walter.
What are some of the blessings that you have got to experience?
I have, if that's okay, I have 3 quick blessings here. One, seeing Jehovah's mighty hand in the work. It's a beautiful program. I can't describe how I feel. And sometimes I feel a little guilty because I love this assignment so much. I'm sorry. But it's a beautiful class. It is. And having the privilege to teach it is just amazing. Second, meeting all the brothers in Zone 4 and their wives. Some sisters, we get to meet the sisters. Some of the friends I haven't seen in years. And yet, I get to see them again. They're doing well in Jehovah's service, and we're all just really enjoying ourselves. And finally, I have to say that one of the reasons why I was excited about, well, after I got over some reservations, Jason, of wanting to do this program was because they made it clear that we want your wife to be with you. That we want your wife to be with you. And so really, the third blessing is being able to do this assignment with my wife. Elisa has been a wonderful blessing from Jehovah. And I think all the brothers would agree with this. As Proverbs 31:29 says, there are many capable women, but you surpass them all.
I'm still playing with the format here. James, tell us something about the blessing.
First of all, when we're talking about his wife, without my wife, you can't say anything better. She helps me out with everything, and her support and her when I'm tired. Please, let's do it. Let's get it done. It's helped me to continue on, and so that's been a beautiful thing. And she supports me, even though she has another assignment in the LBC that she works remotely from. She still supports me fully and never questions anything or asks. Said, "We'll get it done. Just make sure that class is enjoyable." And then the blessing we receive of working with these qualified electrical brothers. They're so qualified. Many years they're here today. We all work together. They're so qualified. The benefit of just being with them in the classes and learning from them, their spirituality, their love for Jehovah helps us to continue on, and it's a blessing. And then lastly, when the friends come to the class, they're a little skeptical at times of the class, especially the ones who have been in the trade for many years. But seeing them at the end and saying, "Wow, Jehovah has changed my mind." And it says, not because of us, it's the program. So, such a blessing to be a part of this and even have the opportunity, because I hate being on the stage, hate giving talks. But as you progress in the organization, Jehovah says, you got to do it.
Go ahead, Brother Graham.
So some of the blessings, there's a few. One of the things that's happened is my lack of experience has been made up for by the 4 wonderful brothers that I've worked with, and even when I worked with Brother Belen in the past. Learning from those brothers as shepherds, as older men, has been a personal blessing, and it helps the class turn out better. It helps the connection. When you get into the class, you're able to really view what it's all about, and that's the friends, not just the assignment, getting it done, writing out 3 days and going home. It's really about imparting some wisdom, some spiritual knowledge, and really shepherding and getting to know the friends. So our trainers, Brother Lobo, Brother Soto, and Brother James have helped me out a lot with that. And then the other blessings that everybody in the room can probably agree with, and these brothers have highlighted, is just the friends. And they're, when you first meet people, sometimes it can be ice cold. They're wondering why the class is happening, why have I been invited, what are you going to teach me? But by the end, it's thank you for the material, and the warm expressions for what the branch has provided is wonderful. And then the other brothers thing, I'm not going to get left out. My wife is great too. My wife is also great. She helps drag her 18-month-old and whatever is coming next. Drag out to the classes and to the area, and I do the classes, and she always picks me up. So it's nice to have a support. Be there for you. So that's a wonderful blessing as well.
Thank you, my brothers. What a blessing to this.
get ready to keep on working. We have enjoyed the last year of receiving blessings through challenges. We have a full year of work. How many changes we're going to get, we don't know, but we'll deal with them. Challenges, don't see them as a challenge. See them as a great opportunity to receive more blessings from Jehovah.
Thank you, Brother Martinez, and those three handsome brothers you interviewed. Now, on the theme of our scriptural theme is Philippians, the 2nd chapter, verses 2 and 3, which deals with humility. So this is a really important part that we're going to highlight next from Brother What if I don't know the answer?
You know, due to time, Ray couldn't ask me the question. I don't want to be left behind either. I mean, most of you met my Sarah, so it was part of the contract when we got married. I said, you know, I love you, but if you love Jehovah more than me, I'm going to be sticking next to you. So it proves to show that when you both love Jehovah, you just grow so much more closer. And you live so much happier because it's not a selfish relationship. You know that you're making sacrifices for the right reason. So I always thank her and ask her, hey, what do you think what we should do? And thanks to Jehovah and our love for Him, we've been able to maintain a simple life and always being able to sacrifice and doing whatever Jehovah needs and never putting up a complaint or questioning or doubting Jehovah. So it's been a really nice ride so far. I don't know what's going to happen next year. So going into our topic is, what if I don't have the answer? No, I already did it. I don't think I can add any more to that. But, all right, because I answered 3 questions.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you did.
Okay. All right. So what if we don't have the answer? So most of us, we go about our lives, and the world, the way Satan unfortunately has created this style of living is, let's just do things off the cuff. Let's just improvise. And then the world puts a lot of stock in improvising at the last minute. Well, let's see how it turns out. And a lot of times we look at inventions. A lot of times they say, no, it happened just out of, it was by accident. The rubber band was created by accident. It was improvised. It wasn't the original plan. And the world puts a lot of stock into that. And you think it's something wonderful. Even the earth itself, they say it's the Big Bang Theory. Everything just perfectly mixed together. And look, everything is working perfectly and harmoniously. And we can see that is totally contrary from what we've learned from the scriptures. And when we bring it into our day, when we're doing our preaching work, and we're going door to door, sometimes we come across very studious householders. And some of them study the scriptures so well, and they start asking us questions. And some of us, we know about certain prophecies. Sometimes we know the answer, sometimes we don't. But then what starts happening is that we start to remember, well, let me stay quiet. Let him finish his questions. Let him finish his, perhaps even accusations of how wrong we're interpreting the Bible. What practices that are we confused about? And then we really look at the wisdom in staying quiet and telling the householder, well, let me check on that, and I'll get back to you. And it really is a wonderful direction from Jehovah and his organization from when we say, okay, hold on, let's put the brakes on it, and I'll be back to confirm, to give you the right answer. And we see that it does 3 things. Number 1, it shows that we're humble people, that we don't have any stock on our own memory or our own abilities, or that we're maybe a slight bit more intellectual than others. Number 2, which is my favorite, we're essentially creating a return visit. So we're saying, I'll be back. So they don't know this, but we're creating a return visit. And the most profound one is
we're reassuring ourselves that what we say is coming from our organization, that what we say is not from us, that is from Jehovah himself, essentially. But have you ever thought what could happen if you give someone an answer off the top of your head? Or perhaps we've done this so many times, we know exactly what to do. We know exactly what's going to be the outcome. Well, we should always wonder and think of the what ifs. When we come confronted a situation that we know the answer and we just wanted to rush through it and not confirm. Well, we can take a biblical example that most of us can recite almost by memory. And it's from Jesus in Matthew chapter 4. And we come across the account when Jesus is tempted by Satan, the devil, 3 times. And before we get into what Jesus responds to Satan, we should take some time to really take into account what is it that happened before that moment. Not only to Jesus here on earth, but millions and millions and millions of years before. What was going on? We know Jesus was the first creation of Jehovah. So how many years has passed before Jehovah started creating angels? Before Jehovah created the earth? How many millions of years passed? And what was Jesus doing with Jehovah? Interacting. What were those conversations like? What was going on? What were they talking about? What was Jehovah teaching Jesus at that time? And then comes the creation, the earth, the animals. And then ultimately comes mankind. So we can see all this learning and teaching that Jehovah was doing to Jesus himself. So without a doubt, when we come across in Matthew chapter 4, we know that what was about to occur, Jesus understood and knew what he had to say. He knew how he can repel the devil and be off with him. But if we read from verses 3 and on, it says, "And the tempter approached and said to him, 'If you are a son of God, tell these stones to become loaves of bread.' But he answered, 'It is written, man must not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from Jehovah.'" In verse 5, the devil took him along into a holy city, and he stationed him on the battlement of the temple, and said to him, "If you are a son of God, throw yourself down. It is written, he will give his angels a command concerning you, and they will carry you on their hands, so that you may not strike your foot against a stone." And we can just pause here for a moment and just see how Satan takes the scriptures of Jehovah and starts twisting them around. It almost seems like it's happened before, right? When we think about other prophecies and other situations in the Bible, how Satan tries to trick one of us. And in this case, he tries to do that with Jesus. And Jesus was there. He saw when, before Satan was Satan, he was an angel. He saw, he knows who he is. But then Jesus says, "It is written, you must not put Jehovah your God to the test." And in verse 8, the last test, again, the devil took him along to an unusually high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory, and said to him, "All these kingdoms I will give you if you fall down and do an act of worship to me." So before we get into Jesus' reply, let's think about the temptation that Satan presented Jesus. Jesus knew he was going to be the savior of mankind. Jesus knew that because of his sacrifice, all the sins would be forgiven. So Satan presented this temptation as, you don't have to die. You don't have to suffer. All these people will worship you, and you can solve all their problems. He was already a miracle worker. He resurrected people. He healed people. So we can see the temptations on a different level, don't we? And then again, verse 10, Jesus said to him, "Go away, Satan, for it is written, it is Jehovah your God you must worship, and it is him alone you must render sacred service." And in verse 11, the devil left him. So when we take our time, how many months have we practiced or gone over the congregation books that are about Jesus? And every time when we focus in on certain verses, we can have more and more stuff to be taught by Jesus. So taking consideration of everything that Jesus went through, we see how he responded. He said, "It is written. It is written." So we should do the same. because we're not Jesus, we're not perfect, we haven't seen all the creations of Jehovah. So we should really take in consideration of, before we give an answer, whether if we do know or not, let's try to imitate Jesus as close as possible. Now, we can apply the same when we are out doing our trainings and we're out in different situations. And if we take on an attitude of, let me double check what I have written, we can really avoid a situation that could be embarrassing. We can avoid a situation that can actually really hurt physically a volunteer, or even worse, hurt spiritually a person or a volunteer that it could take months, if not years, to heal. So what we want to do, we want to focus on a soliloquy. Now, in this scenario, we're going to see a dear sister, and it's something that happens quite frequently. So she's going to be at the check-in desk, and she's going to have some volunteers present themselves. So let's look at the situation and see the process of the events that unfold in front of her.
Hello, welcome. May I have your name, please?
Hi, sis. Yes, my name is Alcides Soriano.
Alcides? Okay. Perfect. You're all checked in. And your sister? Jomari. Jomari. Jomari, you said Jomari, correct? Yes. It seems like I don't see your name on the list, but I will double check.
You know, now that I think about it, I don't think she was invited. But you think she can stay?
Well, the always allows the wives to stay in the class. So I don't see why this time is going to be any different than any other. So I think it should be fine. He shouldn't have a problem with that at all. Wait, what am I doing? I really need to speak with him, consult with him to make sure he's okay and actually makes the decision himself. You know what? That's actually the right thing to do. I'm going to speak with him. Alcides and Jomari, thank you so much for making an effort in coming. Please help yourself to some coffee, tea, or donuts, or anything you would like. And it's right behind you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Babe, do you have a minute?
Sure.
The couple standing over there is Alcides and Jomari. I don't see her name actually on the list, but I know that at times you've allowed the sisters to stay in the class, but I wanted to consult with you to get your thoughts.
Let's check your BA, see what that says.
It seems to be that her BA is actually expired.
Okay, all right. I really appreciate you consulting with me about this. I'll take care of it. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Soriano.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Thank you so much for coming.
Hello.
Thank you so much, brothers. So we can see this happens quite frequently. No doubt we've been involved in a situation like this. But what if the scenario isn't quite as simple as an expired VA account? What if the profile of the volunteer says not approved? Or perhaps it says not approved service committee. And can you imagine the situation, how it can evolve into something that could be very hurtful, very embarrassing for our volunteers. So we should consider these what ifs and really look into how we can avoid situations simply by just going back and referring to what is written. Now, to consider and appreciate Jesus and his wonderful example, let's focus on, just for a couple more minutes, on Revelation chapter 14. Because no doubt that we can always appreciate his attitude, but something that was brought out to us recently, and I found it so profound when you read the book of Revelation and all these prophecies. And what we tend to focus on is the end result of the revelation, don't we? We see how Jesus is working and cleaning up the earth and selecting the anointed ones and who will be part of the great crowd and visions of John in paradise. But if we read Revelation chapter 14, verse 14, let's notice and let's start identifying who's who and what actions are being taken. 14:14 says, "Then I saw and look a white cloud, and seated on the white cloud was someone like a son of man, with a golden crown on his head and a sharp sickle in his hand. So clearly we know that that's Jesus. So we know he is sitting on a cloud, so he is clearly a king. But note what happens on verse 15 and 16. Another angel emerged from the temple sanctuary, calling with a loud voice to the one seated on the cloud, "Put your sickle and reap, because the hour has come to reap, for the harvest of the earth is fully ripe." And the one seated on the cloud thrust his sickle into the earth, and the earth was reaped. So, thinking about humility, thinking about how we should go about when we receive instructions, do we understand what just happened? Jesus, the King, receives instructions from who? An angel. And that angel tells him what to do and when, and precisely at what time. It says that it is the hour. So what does that teach us about being humble? Imitate the Christ. I love the way the book of Revelation says in chapter 30, paragraphs 22 and 23 in part. It says, "The identity of the one seated on the white cloud is no doubt seated on a white cloud resembling a son of man and with a golden crown. He is clearly Jesus, the Messianic king that Daniel also saw in the vision." And note what paragraph 23 says. "Although he is a king and judge, Jesus waits for word from Jehovah his God before beginning to read." That word comes from the temple sanctuary by means of an angel. Immediately, Jesus obeys. So isn't that wonderful? To know that a king that saw an angel being created is now waiting for instruction from an angel. That's something that we can always learn from Jesus. So how much is there still to learn from him and from Jehovah? Truly an excellent example for us to continue to learn from. So in summary, what can we take away from this brief portion? That although we may know the answer, or we perhaps do not know the answer, may we endeavor to imitate Christ, be humble, cite from what is written, and be ready to follow instruction when it is given.
Thank you, Brother Vinland, for that portion. Now let's give our attention to Brother Peter Bagwell as he addresses the part, "Train Your Replacement," Elijah and Elisha.
So I guess we start with me. Susie and I, which I have to obviously give a lot of credit to my wife. I dressed myself, I mean, I did something. We're originally from the Metro Detroit area. We have two daughters that moved to Florida with us 10 years ago. They both moved away since. One is married in Pittsburgh, pioneering with her husband, and the other is in Bethel currently. So Jehovah's been very good to us that way. In regards to our current assignment, we're both pioneering. Susie has almost 30 years pioneering. I have about half that, and this is my fourth time pioneering. So it's been a lifelong fight to try to stay on that list, as many of you can probably appreciate. I'm an elder in San Carlos Park, which is in Fort Myers, Florida, and I'm a safety trainer, both in the practical side right now and the oversight training. In regards to hobbies, much like the theme this afternoon, I've become a little bit of a fitness junkie. And I was gonna say that I'm some kind of a Star Wars fan, but I couldn't categorize that in a really theocratic, appropriate language. So we'll skip to the next question. Which is one thing most people wouldn't know about you. And we'll do two on this one just because I think it fits the... Well, I came in the truth when I was in second grade. And I met a boy in school, and we hit it off. He was a witness, and 2 years later I was baptized. Shortly after that, I was on my first RBC project. My dad wasn't in the truth, so a brother, had to watch me, which you'll find out was a bad decision on his part. I was asked to, we were building a Kingdom Hall in the snow in Richmond, Michigan, and we had to fuel the kerosene heaters in the food tent for lunch, which is what I was asked to do. And I did. And however, I couldn't find a match, or a lighter to light them. You know how they have those little filters? The only problem was I filled the kerosene heaters with gasoline. And I tried so hard to find a match or a lighter. But literally, I think it was an angel kept me blinded from seeing anything that would start a fire. And had I found it, I probably would have killed a large number of brothers. So, unfortunately, James and I both have that in common. Which you'll find is even more ironic later when we talk about Elijah calling down fire. Which brings us to our theme about training your replacement. And I say training your replacement because it's not just the brothers and sisters in your department who are under you. It's not really a matter of if you'll be moved on or have a change in assignment. It's really just a matter of when. Because all of us, this organization, are very much on the move. Time and unexpected events happen to us all. There's also much work to be done and much training is needed. The example of Elijah and Elisha is excellent because of what a focus was put on Elijah during his assignment in the scriptures. We know that he was an outstanding prophet. You think of some of his miracles, shutting off rain from heaven, keeping the flour and the oil supply for the widow of Zarephath renewed, eventually resurrecting her son. And then this fun part, having fire fall from heaven in answer to a prayer. Which obviously Jehovah will never give me that privilege. Result in the death of many righteous people. But let's think about what happened there with Elijah, because it was really a theocratic construction project, something we're all on. We might not look at it that way, but in 1 Kings 18:30, it says, Elijah said to all the people, approach me. All the people approach him. And it says, then he repaired the altar of Jehovah that had been torn down. It's a renovation project. Theocratic construction project. He erected these 12 large stones that stood for each tribe, and then he dug a trench all the way around. The Insight book talks about it being maybe 10 foot square. All the water, the 4 large jars that was poured on the altar 3 times, and then filled the trench all the way around, which likely would have had to turn into a water remediation project had it not been for Jehovah drying up all the water shortly thereafter. And likely Elijah was not concerned about getting a hot work permit or anything like that. But when that fire came from heaven and consumed the burnt offering, the wood, the stones, it's interesting in 1 Kings 18:38, it talks about the burnt offering, the pieces of wood, the stones, and the dust, and it licked up the water from the trench. Where's all this dust from? Well, it was likely from the construction project. So we also have a respiratory matter that had to possibly have been dealt with during the reconstruction of the altar. The reason we talk about all of that, is just to help you to appreciate that Elijah, Elisha, many of these brothers and sisters in the scriptures, they were just like us. They had a building assignment like us, and they had miraculous work to do, which is what we are seeing today. But in Elijah's case, eventually Jehovah asked him to do something else, which was to appoint others to handle responsibility. He actually appointed a king of Judah, a king of Syria, and ultimately his successor, Elisha. And during the time that he trained Elisha was able to see very many of the powerful works that Elijah was called on to do. Elijah called on fire on King Ahaziah's captain and his 50 men, and no doubt Elisha was there to experience that. In fact, they sent another captain and 50 more men, and those men were also consumed with fire. And also, Elijah parted the Jordan River by smiting it with his garment. This would have been an interesting time of training for Elisha, because he would have gotten to see some of the things, hear about what led up to the previous experiences, and learn from that for when he would have that same position of responsibility and oversight in the future. Well, as we get our various assignments and we start working with the brothers and sisters in our departments or in our crews or in our classes, it should be something that we're thinking about how we're training these ones so that they too can be used when the time comes for us to move on. In that regard, we're going to invite Brother Rangel back to the platform because we'd like to interview him a little bit about his responsibility because he has also already been doing these safety classes and had people move on from his team. And let's find out a little bit more about Brother Rangel's background. So, yeah, just a little bit more. Can you tell us about anything in your past experience, the way you were trained, maybe when you were younger, something that happened to you before you were in Oberstein?
Well, 40 years ago, when I was very new in the truth, a brother named David. And one thing I appreciate about David is David was an elder, and he took me under his wings. I was very young at the time. He taught me a few things. One of the things that he really taught me was he taught me what it meant to be a spiritual person, and he shared a lot of things with me. So he was very open. He talked to me. He would encourage me, and that's something that's always stayed with me. You know, I learned from him that your goal should be to help other people.
So fast forward now to your current assignment. What are some things, or at least a few things you do to train those in your department?
I was looking at a scripture here because that experience really taught me something that was in the Bible or is in the Bible, and I never really made the connection. But in John 5:20, the great teacher said that the Father has affection for the Son and shows him all the things he himself does. So a successful teacher or a trainer is someone who not only loves to train, but he loves the person he's training. That was what David taught me to love. Not only love what you're doing, but love the person that you're trying to help. And that was very, very helpful to me. I love my brothers and sisters in the team. So like David, I want to communicate with them. I want to share with them everything I know. And I don't know everything. So I try to create in the team an atmosphere. You know, we know what Brother Mears usually says, we're all family here. You know, and we have a lot that we can learn from each other. So I want to create an atmosphere of the team where, that must be my time is up. I want to create an atmosphere in the team where I'm open, and I want the sisters. I ask the sisters what they think. I want the sisters to tell me what they think, and I ask for their opinion. I want to keep an open atmosphere in our team, in the safety training every time we have our meetings.
Nice. So, Brother Rangel, with all the training that you've been able to do, and with the brothers and sisters in your department, have you had a good experience that came out of that?
Yeah, brings me back to my friend David. David taught me when I became an elder how to be a secretary. And I loved the way David was such a good secretary. And what I loved about it was that I saw the benefit to the congregation, you know, and I wanted to be just like David. I want to be a secretary just as good as David. And, you know, with all that training, David got sick, and I was sad, and I ended up inheriting the secretary job. And, you know, David was my mentor. I would have loved to have him tell me, hey, you know, you're doing a good job, and I never really got to hear that. So to me, it's really encouraging the brothers, letting them know how I feel about them. And, you know, I've been able to train my assistant, Brother Price, and I want to tell you, just in case I get run over by the beer bus of the... Did you say beer bus? Yeah, well, the truck is falling off the But I want to say how much I appreciate Brother Price's humility, how he has really learned. Brother Price is very, very talented. You would never know it by talking to him. That didn't come out the way what I mean is I'm not complaining Brother Price is so laid back, right? You never know, but he has a lot of responsibilities, a lot of things that he does. And he's just so humble. You know, when you're teaching him, he always asks questions. He asks permission to do things, and I feel like you have to ask me permission. So anyway, Brother Price does a great job, and so I'm really appreciate being able to train brothers like Brother Price and others and sisters in the team, because like David, we're all subject to the things that happen in life, or change of assignments. Many changes of assignments have taken place here, and so someday we may be replaced. So we need to train our replacement.
Thank you, Brother Angel. So at 2 Kings 2:2, Elijah said to Elisha, and I think this is the same thing Brother Mears said to Brother Calbars, "Stay here, please, because Jehovah has sent me to Bethel." And so some things just haven't changed. From thousands of years ago till now, Jehovah might move us around in assignment, something might happen unexpectedly. But if we're training those underneath us, what is the good result? Well, 2 Kings 2:11, talking about both Elijah and Elisha, it says, "As they were walking along, speaking as they walked, suddenly a fiery chariot and fiery horses made a separation between the two of them, and Elijah ascended to the heavens in the windstorm." That's a change in assignment. But what happened to Elisha? Because obviously the window of training was up. Well, Elijah, his prophetic career was somewhere around 30 years. Elisha's prophetic career was like 60 years. Elijah is credited with performing 8 different miracles in the Bible. Elisha is credited with 16 different miracles. So if you were to look just at the numbers, Elisha went on to do twice as much as Elijah had done. And you might be sitting there saying, "Well, thanks, Brother Bagwell. What are you telling me? I'm going to train my successor, I'm going to die, and then he's going to do twice as much as Elijah." No, because actually Elijah didn't die. There was no funeral for Elijah at that time. In fact, a number of years later in the scriptures, we find him delivering a message to King Jehoram of Judah. So what really happened? It was just a change in assignment. Jehovah used him to do something different. So do we look at our situation in the same way? That I didn't expect to get emotional about this. That we might get a different assignment. That sometimes our assignment changes. Well, what a joy Elijah must have had to hear about. I hope my time doesn't run out. I'm doing this. What a joy Elijah must have had when he heard about the good things Elisha did. So we want to have that same joy that comes from diligently training our assistants.
Thank you very much, Brother Bagwell. We really appreciated that. Now we'll give our attention to Brother Henley and Brother Calbars as they have a question and answer portion. Let's take a break. We invite you to be back in your seats by 2:55. Break time is over. We invite you all back to your seats so we can continue our program. So while you transition into your seats, Brother Calbars told me I could share an experience that Brother Belen and I had in scaffold training. Just speaking about how scaffold or all of our safety training affects people's lives. So we had a brother who came to our class. I think it was like the second or third one we did, so it was fairly new to us. He was about 6'8", 420, 30 pounds, big. He had what I call real world problems. He had to duck through doorways. It was a real world problem. He was big in real life. And so he sat back there. He sat with his arms folded. And Abel comes up to me and says, James, this guy's got his house full. He's huge. He's bigger than you are. I'm like, I'm not taking him. I'm not talking to him. You're my overseer. I'll let you talk to him. So he's sitting back there, and the first thing he says at the beginning of the class is, what can you teach me about scaffold? What can you teach me? What can I learn? So that was the beginning of day 1. By the end of day 2, he was like, okay, I'm learning a lot. At the end of day 3, he comes up to us. He told us, I'm quitting my job because he's a plasterer by trade, which means he deals with scaffold all the time. I'm quitting my job just because of how unsafe it is. Long story short, he ended up training with us for a while. Safety completely changed his outlook. So, as you brothers and sisters have many stories like that, but Travis just told me I could tell people that, well, they got it while they sit down. So we certainly enjoyed our break. Now let's get to the needs of the zone, and we'll invite Brother Calvars back up to address that part. Calvars? Calvars.
Thank you. I'd like you to turn to 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 21. And could we get a reader for that scripture for us? 1 Peter 2, 21. Brother Price.
In fact, to this course you were called, because even Christ suffered for you, leaving a model for you to follow his steps closely.
Thank you. I told Brother Price yesterday, he's got the radio voice. Been listening to that all day. When we look at that scripture, what personally comes to your mind of how Jesus suffered for you specifically? What would you say? We're asking you to raise your hand. Over here. Hi. We got a microphone.
Standing up for what is right.
Standing up for what is right. That's a very good one. Our sister right here in the middle.
Pain, but relying on his Father to help him get through it.
Yeah, pain. The agony he felt. Brother,
love, because love motivated him to suffer for us.
Okay, let's focus in on that point, love. He had love for us. What did Jesus have to do? What role was he serving before coming down to earth? Brother?
He was the co-creator.
Co-creator. He had a lot of assignments, wouldn't you agree, from Jehovah? Jehovah was using him and needed him, allowed him to help him. Now, what type of role did he take? He goes from serving with Jehovah, the greatest being in the whole. What did he have to do? What role did he serve when he came down? Sister Julie?
Well, first he was a delicate baby in diapers, basically. So he went from the second greatest person in the universe to depending on imperfect humans.
Yes. And an article also mentioned too that he, not only did he have to humble himself to come to earth and be a lowly man like us, he also had to, now, those angels that reported to him, he was beneath those angels as a man on earth. So he had to humble himself. And can you imagine that conversation that he had with Jehovah? When Jehovah said, "Son, I'm going to send you down to earth, and I want you to do this for my will." You just imagine that conversation. Jehovah, or Jesus, had to have that volunteer spirit to say, "You know what? All right, I'll go." And he did it for all of us. He set the precedent for volunteer spirit. And so we've talked much today about how to imitate Jesus. And one of the things we want to focus in on is that volunteer spirit that Jesus had. That he suffered for us. So, specifically, what are we talking about then for volunteer spirit in our zone? Well, we have some needs we would like to just mention and see how Jehovah works. He's amazing. We're going to mention these needs and then watch what he does. He'll take care of it. So, a couple of the needs that we do have in the zone. Our dear brother Reynolds and his wife Lindsay have a big, huge assignment of scheduling all of the training events going on in the whole zone. You can imagine that is a huge amount of work. He has an amazing team, but he needs more help. So, we're just mentioning that to you brothers who are in oversight. If anyone on your teams are being underutilized, maybe in training, then please give that some prayerful consideration to talk to Brother Reynolds and let him know that maybe you have a couple on your team with that. We're also in need of a brother, sister, a couple would be great. There's one thing that we have a weakness in, I think, in our team. We piece it together, but it would be nice if we could truly have, you notice on that org chart, it would truly be nice to have an IT, an AV brother who has that experience, so that when we do have events such as this one and other events that our trainers have, they have a go-to person to call and talk to for any technical things that they might need done for their trainings. Spanish lead trainers, Spanish trainers. We need desperately brothers that preferably bilingual, but Spanish trainers. We need it, especially in zones 11, zone 11, zone 10. We have a huge need of training our Spanish dear brothers and sisters. So if you know of a brother, or maybe yourself, that could help in that role, please see Brother Nieves with that. We're going to also try to keep, would you agree that this was a mini shepherding visit for all of us this day today? So with that said, we're really going to try to implement shepherding visits to our regions. I use that term loosely, shepherding visits, in the sense of sending the brother to the region, spend some time with the regional lead trainers, their teams, and just see how we can help, how we can do more for you. Same with the safety coordinators. So we are trying to get that going as well, and just continue to encourage each other and build each other up. One thing we just also wanted to mention too, you brothers are very busy brothers. A lot of you, how many regular pioneers do we have in the, wow, we have a lot. And then of course you serve as elders. So there's times where we have theocratic training that would take precedence over any LDC training. For instance, the KM schools, pioneer schools, circuit assemblies, regional conventions. Those theocratic trainings take precedence over any LDC trainings. Don't let LDC trainings get in the way of those theocratic trainings. We need those. We need to be attending those. Our amount of work is increasing substantially. We are going to be having more and more of a workload coming. We haven't even seen it yet in our zone. So, I have a note here. The amount of work is increasing. Recruit, 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 and recruit. We need more help, basically. We do. It may not seem like it right now, but we have more to do and more trainings to come, and we need more help. So please, if you can, let myself know that any of the brothers you saw here, trainers, talk to them. We'd be happy to help. Keep in mind that volunteer spirit. Quite possibly, you're in a situation where you're thinking about maybe you could do more. Well, we would encourage you to please consider that prayerfully. The more that you can give, the more blessings you're going to receive. We know that. So just prayerfully consider that in your circumstances if you could. And one last point is heavy equipment. This seems to be a concern on a lot of our projects, and so we have a couple of brothers in our audience. Brother McDonough, did you raise your hand? And Brother Mark White, right here. Our trainers, our lead trainers, please try to talk to these two brothers, because there are situations where we do not have the actual modules for teaching heavy equipment, as you brothers know, bobcats, front end loaders, all those different things. But it would be nice to just start giving some safety lessons on that for construction groups. So we have brothers who have that ability to do that, and we'd like to get that implemented. Brother Mears was wanting us to get that going some time ago, and we've tried to get it, but we just are asking new lead trainers to keep that in mind as well. That's it. We are doing an awesome job. The training numbers, just last month, in November, we trained almost 400 volunteers. And it's hundreds every single month that we're training. So it's because of you, dear friends, your hard work. We know how hard you're working, and we can't thank you enough. And no doubt Jehovah truly, truly appreciate everything that you brothers and sisters are doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Now we come to the final talk on our program. So we'll give our attention to Brother Henley at this point as he addresses the subject, Let Jehovah Finish Your Work.
I'm going to ask you to daydream for just a moment. Think about the most beautiful place you've ever been on earth. What you liked about it. Maybe it was a waterfall, a beach, a mountain range. And I want you just to think about the most beautiful place you've ever been and have that mental picture in your mind. And Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it simply says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's one little sentence. Now, all those mental pictures you have in your mind are wrapped up in that one little sentence. Jehovah is the creator. He knows how to build, and he knows how to get things done. And here we are, doing these little kingdom halls, a vast planet, which is so small. I was watching a PBS channel, and they showed the Voyager satellite as it was leaving our solar system. The pale blue dot. Remember that little pale blue dot? Have you seen it? I'm thinking, boy, Jehovah, we're just this pale little blue dot. Yet he dignifies us with an opportunity to glorify his name by being obedient to him. But the work is his. And to the extent that we do Jehovah's work, Jehovah's way, we'll find success. And has Jehovah kicked back? Is he laying low? Have we seen any evidence of that? Not at all. Open your Bibles to John chapter 5. Let's read together verse 17. John chapter 5. Well, look at verse 17. Notice what Jesus said about his Father. Jesus said, my Father has kept working until now, and I keep working. So Jehovah is very busy. We see the chariot is just moving. Even the governing body members said we're barely hanging on, right? And they're right there at the steering wheel. But we see how busy Jehovah is, how busy Jesus is. You turn over to 1 Corinthians chapter 3. Let's read together verses 8 and 9. We'll see where we get tied in with Jehovah's work. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verses 8 and 9. It says, now the one who plants and the one who waters are one, but each person will receive his own reward according to his own work. For we are God's fellow workers. You are God's field under cultivation, God's building. So you can simply say, you are God's building. But you notice at the end of verse 8 that the reward comes not from the results, but it comes from the work. So I want to take just a moment. Some of you brothers have voiced some concerns about, safety is a very divisive issue. It costs things. It costs time and it costs money. And there are different attitudes and viewpoints about safety. And so sometimes we may want to focus on the result. For example, we have this beautiful piece of furniture right here. But we really don't, we see the result of it. We don't see all the work that went into it. We don't know the person that sanded it or finished it or assembled it. We just see the result.
But what Paul's helping us to appreciate, Jehovah rewards the work. Are we doing the work? We may not be the safest person. We may have been able to do things better, but Jehovah rewards the work. So don't get frustrated with brother so-and-so because he didn't do what he's supposed to do. That's going to happen. We live in a very imperfect world. But Jehovah will bless the work. And that's what we want you to focus on. Don't get frustrated with not everything being done perfect the way we want it to be. The branch office is very much aware of the fact that the safety program is in developmental stages. We've come light years ahead of where we were, but we still have a long way to go too, don't we? And so always focus on that. Don't let these things that aren't as good as they can be get you down or make you not want to continue with the assignment. And it creates, but we're all good brothers. We know, we want the result, not just the work. So that creates a lot of anxiety, and it creates an undue pressure. Like one sister said, just when I got used to juggling 5 balls in the air, somebody threw a 6th one at me. Sometimes it can be a little overwhelming. And by the way, Brother Bovey, even if you're not serving in safety next year, you still come to the class anyways. So we don't want anxiety. We want to enjoy our assignment. So we have some nice material here I'd like to share with you that the branch has provided for us on how to fight anxieties, how to let Jehovah. It's his work. He created the heavens and the earth. He created all of these things. Let's let him be part of it. Nice little example. It was an experience I had. I'll never forget it. It was Warwick. And we had the best brothers working on that project. I mean, face it. We had the best of the best. The elite of this organization was up there building that project. And we got to come in and help spend a week, 2, 3, whatever we did. But, every Monday night I was on a conference call with the 11 Regional Building Committee chairmen, and I would update them on things. And they would give me feedback, and we're working on all these things. And after about a year, we're kind of like, where's Jehovah at in the arrangement? It was weird. It was like, because everything was being done exactly right. And then one day we were on a call with the branch, and they said, "Hey, we want you to. We're gonna change the schedule. We're gonna stop building these 2 residence buildings. We're just gonna shell those buildings, and we want you to redo your schedules, redo your volunteers." And remember, the CG group was working several weeks in advance of volunteers, so it just train wrecked the whole thing. We couldn't figure out why in the world would we do this. So on that Monday night conference call with the chairman, we're laying everything out. Then all of a sudden it dawned on us. Jehovah just stepped into the project. We're going to find out what he's going to do. And it was a very surreal moment because there was this long pause. And you can picture 11 brothers on a phone call. There's never a pause. We had this long pause, and we all knew Jehovah just stepped onto this project, and we're going to see what he's going to do. And so a couple weeks went by, and the results of that were the buildings were restarted back up again. We were going to go ahead and finish the project as planned. But because it caused the brothers to redo their schedules and reevaluate everything, we saved millions of dollars in transportation and living expenses for volunteers, because we shortened the schedule by 3 months. And we all just sat there and said, you know what, we had the perfect brothers, the best of everybody, but Jehovah made it better. So to the extent that we allow Jehovah to be in the project is the extent we'll find success, and we'll see him in there. And it makes it a really good project when we see Jehovah there. So with that in mind, we want to keep our spiritual balance. And what we want to do is make sure Jehovah is part of our work every day. Now we say a prayer, but we go to do a secular work. So let's open our Bibles to an interesting thought, Philippians chapter 2. Philippians chapter 2. Here it says, "Consequently, my beloved ones, just as you have always obeyed, not only during my presence, but now much more readily during my absence." And here's the point of our verse. "Keep working out your own salvation with fear and trembling." So, if we're going to have an anxiety, what should it be? Well, Paul says, keep working out your own salvation with fear and trembling. That's where the anxiety should be. It is our own salvation, our relationship with Jehovah. That is what we need to be anxious about first. Now, when we think of Luke chapter 13, let's just go ahead and open our Bibles here. Luke 13:24. Luke chapter 13, look at verse 24. Jesus says to, and if you want to go ahead and look at the study note on that too, it'll be helpful. Verse 24 says, "Exert yourselves vigorously to get in through the narrow door, because many, I tell you, will seek to get in, but will not be able to." So Jesus doesn't say work vigorously at your theocratic assignment. Worry about getting in the door. That's what matters. Get in through the narrow door. So the assignment is nice. It's a privilege. And as one brother mentioned earlier, they come and they go. But what's the most important thing? Our relationship with Jehovah. So if you're going to be anxious about anything, worry about that. These other things will work themselves out. Jehovah will step in. He always does what he says he'll do. He makes sure it gets taken care of. So when a brother is overly stressed, or perhaps losing his joy in his assignment, it is often because spirituality is being negatively impacted in some way. Perhaps beginning to lose focus on what's truly important, maybe adopt a fleshly view of things. We may start to rely on, I've always felt this way, that when we forget something or we're not sure on something, what do we always do? We fall back on what we know. And what we know may not always be the right thing. So get rid of that secular thinking. Like, oh, wait a minute, how do we handle this matter? And the reason why, turn your Bibles to Psalm 127. Let's read together verse 1. Because we don't want to rely on secular thinking. Psalm 127 verse 1 says simply this: "Unless Jehovah builds the house, it is in vain that its builders work hard on it." So we're building a kingdom hall, we're working at Palm Coast, whatever it is the assignment is, if Jehovah's not part of it, what's the point? So make sure our spirituality is there. That's what we want to be anxious about. These other things will get taken care of on their own. Jehovah will bless our efforts and not necessarily our own abilities. So it's vital that we do not neglect our spiritual well-being as we carry out our LDC assignment. We have a full schedule of theocratic duties. That's not a protection against becoming a spiritual casualty. And unfortunately, there's been a few that have lost their privileges because they got too busy and neglected their relationship with Jehovah. Working with the LDC may build our faith, but it may not improve other qualities. So as family heads, you express faith in Jehovah that he'll provide you the material needs that you need in a way that does not require taking a secular job that pulls you away from your LDC assignment. But we want to make sure we maintain that spiritual routine. Do you think Jehovah would give you a theocratic job that would not do that? Obviously not. He wants us to be spiritual people, and to the extent that we have Jehovah in our assignment and that we're anxious about our relationship with him is the extent to which he'll bless. And we've seen that with all the experiences, and the brothers are coming up here and the sisters, and we can hear, you just see how Jehovah has blessed it. He's truly a part of this arrangement. So how can we succeed in our assignment? Well, by maintaining a good spiritual routine. So we have 5 suggestions here from the LDC office. Number 1, establish a reasonable weekly schedule and then exercise self-control to stick with it. Schedule it. If you don't schedule it, it will never happen. How many of us are good with Outlook? We're getting pretty good with that, aren't we? Schedule it? Yeah, Robert. Yeah, so schedule it. It'll never happen if you don't. It's just a wish list then. So number 1, a reasonable weekly schedule, exercise self-control to stick with it. Number 2, maintain a good working relationship with your body of elders. So that's a suggestion from the LDC. Maintain a good working relationship with your body of elders. Interestingly, as looking over this material, I was thinking about a conversation Brother Price and I had. So it's kind of cool. So Robert was the secretary and Priest was the service overseer. I just now dawned on me, we all used to serve together. Kind of cool. But I remember working on service with Priest, and I was concerned about my assignment, my being visible with the local body of elders.
And priest said exactly to me what this outline said here. So I feel, I'm not giving myself an attaboy, but this is what priest said to me. He said, you may miss some things due to being away, but when you are there, make sure to really be there. And so you as elders, when you're out in service, be out in service. Be there with the friends, work with them, hear them out, return their phone calls, and be that elder in the congregation. That's important. A good working relationship with the body of elders. Maintain a visible presence in congregation activities. Communicate freely with your fellow elders. Let them know what you are doing and where you are going. In my case, my body of elders don't care. Yeah, I do this. So that's works out very nice. So to the extent that your elders care, I guess I should send that back up to headquarters. Put that in there. To the extent that your body of elders care, make sure they know what you're doing and where you're going. And we do that. And let's see, where's Larry? Larry, you here for the tape? Yeah. So he's our watchtower conductor. So Larry, you can tell the body of elders that I'm not goofing off today. Number 3, employ good time management techniques. Employ good time management techniques. Well, we've been told this is pioneers forever. Early in the day, early in the week, early in the month, early in the year. So don't procrastinate. If you have an assignment, follow through on it diligently so it doesn't become a burden to you. And if you don't want to do it, that's fine. Just say you don't want to do it. There's only one thing worse than not doing an assignment, and that's telling your overseer you will do it and then don't do it, because now he thinks it's being cared for. So it's important that if you just don't like it, I don't want to do this, whatever, I can't, that's fine. Tell the overseer that. That's fine. There's lots of things to do in those organizations. But please make sure you use good time management techniques, follow through on the assignment so it doesn't become a source of anxiety to you. Number 4, we talked about this at length. Train your replacement. Delegate work to others. So we had a conference call on this about 6 months ago. I thought it was kind of targeted at me at first. I took it a little personal. But it was called Delegate But Don't Abdicate. Think about that. Delegate but don't abdicate. So in other words, you don't want to just walk away from the assignment and let all these others do it. So make sure you're involved with it. Training others, delegate, give them good responsibility. The branch office, they allow each zone to operate the way we want to. They don't get into how we do things here. So we can make a lot of decisions that are in our purview. So feel free to, and one of the things that we do is, well, Travis, he makes the decisions. I really don't get too involved. Walter, he makes the decisions. I really don't get too involved. And then he delegates others, and then he doesn't get too involved in their stuff. So we're all being trained how to manage or carry out our responsibilities in a good way, so that when the time comes for us to go do that next assignment, which it's all coming, then we have the next brothers to be able to come in. Number 5, support one another. Husbands, take care of your wives. Wives, watch your husband. I thought that was interesting. Take care of your wife, but your wife, watch your husband. So, if you're, well, I mean, think about it. Remember the Watchtower study on flirting? If your wife thinks you're flirting, then you're flirting, whether you think you are or not, right? I use this application too with driving. If everybody thinks you're a good driver, but your wife may not think you're such a good driver. So wives, if you don't think your husband's being balanced, have that conversation, and the husbands listen. The spirituality, relationship with Jehovah, that's the priority. Remember this too, this is hard, and I mean, we all go through these hills and valleys where one day we love our assignment, but 3 months later, like, it's work. And it's just work. And you may not like the assignment so much. And so we go through these things, but what we want to recognize is that we may have to relinquish the assignment sometime. We may have to give up something we cherish very much. But always remember that doesn't mean Jehovah loves us less. Wasn't in our Watchtower a few months ago too about some of the greatest sources of stress are brothers who used to give public talks and used to be used in all these great ways, but now because of age or health
they're not able to. It's terrible. Just had this happen with me, Thursday. So my father, coordinated the bodybuilders forever and ever and ever, gave public talks, you name it. My dad did everything. And he called me Thursday morning in tears. He couldn't do the talk for the midweek meeting anymore. He said, I can't mentally do that. It was on the Great Crowd. How can you not talk about the Great Crowd for 10 minutes? And my dad called me, and he was in tears. He said, I just can't do it anymore. I cannot give the talk. And so you think about, in this old wicked system, as cruel as it is, it does, and it can affect our view of our theocratic assignments, because we're not able to do what we once were able to do. So always be prepared that, someday I'm going to have to give this up. I'm going to have someone else do the assignment. So don't feel bad. That's what the word is, don't feel crushed. We value and cherish you and the work you do, but no one is irreplaceable in Jehovah's organization, because he's the creator, the master builder. So we want to maintain our anxious care regarding our spirituality, and it'll require sacrifices and faith in Jehovah, but as you see the work getting accomplished in his strength, not our own, that's when our joy truly abounds. So how do we rejoice in our assignment? Well, be busy at it. Recognize that our construction work will continue right on into the new world, and that the organization needs you. We thank you for making yourself available for this very most important work. We also want to thank your families for the willingness to share with us all the sacrifices you've made. I'm almost in tears sitting over there listening to what you brothers and sisters have been giving up to do your assignment. Who had 40,000 miles on their car? My goodness, that's just incredible. And but Jehovah sees that, and he appreciates it very, very much. The outline here from the branch office says you are part of our LDC staffing family. You are truly appreciated, and there aren't enough words to go around and say thank you for all that you do. Yes, Jehovah, he will continue to provide you the energy and the desire and the ability to endure in this very important aspect of sacred service. So in conclusion, let's just go to Judges chapter 7 real quick. And we'll sing a nice song that Brother Graham's going to lead us in. Judges chapter 7. There we go. Basically what you want to do is look at verse 1, and we're just going to pan through this real quick. So we're talking about Gideon, and in verse 1 it says, Gideon and all the people with him got up early. They got up early. Then you go to, go down to verse 9. During the night, Jehovah said, get up. So they've already got up early. They went to bed, but Jehovah said, get back up. Then in verse 17, they get the instructions, watch me and do exactly what I do. And of course, that battle plan probably wasn't the best one an Israelite military man ever saw. Verse 19, in the middle of the night watch, so we're talking about in the middle of the night, about 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., our brothers are up, or our fellow Israelites there are. And then you go to verse 25 of chapter 7. See right there, the last sentence in verse, it says, they kept on pursuing. They kept on pursuing. So they're tired. They've been up early. They got woke up again. They're in the middle of the night. They kept pursuing the assignment. And then the point I want to emphasize, chapter 8, look at verse 4. It says, Gideon then came to the Jordan and crossed it. He and the 300 men with him were tired. And here's our point. They're tired, but they kept up the pursuit. So let us all continue to keep up the pursuit of our assignment, our theocratic LDC assignment. Let Jehovah finish the work, keep him involved with it, and we'll just follow that right into the new world, being safe and honoring our dear God, Jehovah.
Thank you, Brother Henley. We certainly appreciate that. This is one of those bittersweet moments. I'm sure you all are encouraged, feel like you can keep going again, go out and do more trainings. We want to take some time to thank some people. So first of all, we thank everyone in attendance for coming to this training, or not this training, but this encouraging meeting, this visit really. But we really, if we flash back to about noon, maybe to breakfast, we really want to thank the local volunteers and those who are at this Kingdom Hall for supporting us. things that I've been asked to highlight is our theme scripture at Philippians, the 2nd chapter, verses 2 and 3, where it talks about humility. And so when considering recommendations for trainers, that's one of the things that we want to highlight when we ask those brothers or even consider those brothers to be trainers. Humility is number one. And second, but almost as important, or just as important, is their spirituality. So when making those considerations, you lead trainers, you brothers, for suggestions, consider those two weighty things before making our decision. We have a pretty tight schedule. We are going to gather for a picture outside the Kingdom Hall. We do have another program coming in right after us, an actual meeting. So we want to be out of here as soon as possible. So once the song concludes and the prayer is over, we want to clear up our belongings. We know we want to associate with each other, but if we can get out as soon as possible into the parking lot, we're going to take a team picture out there, and then we'll try to disperse as quickly as possible. I know it's hard to say goodbye. I think there's a song about that. I won't sing it now. Take me out for tacos. I'll sing it full song to you. We want to mention we had 196 in attendance, including, and probably a little bit more than 13 tied in to our program from another location. So what a wonderful thing. We're going to do 2 additional things in conclusion. If I haven't forgotten anything, is there anything else I should mention?
No need for cleaning. They're bringing in the local friends. They want to clean right behind us so we can get out and do our picture.
Okay, so if everybody didn't hear that, they're going to clean right behind us. We don't have to stay and clean. Local brothers are going to take care of that. So we just got to get out of the facility as soon as possible. So 2 additional things in conclusion. First, we'll ask that everyone who can stand and sing song number 26. And then we'll have Brother Edwin Falcone conclude with prayer. We're waiting for Brother Angelo to start playing. Brings back to mind the illustration of that bamboo tree. Once we start, it's gonna grow. It's gonna go quick.
I see Jesus.